Hey, everybody. So, in case you missed it, just in case you missed it, Dog the Bounty Hunter was at Brian Laundrie's house today trying to get his parents to answer. And he was pretty adamant that he was going to get an answer out of them. I love Dog the Bounty Hunter, but as a TV personality, I am happy that he's going to bring attention to Brian being a fugitive on the run right now. But I don't know how much he's actually going to do. Although, either way, his presence is always pretty funny. I just thought I should show this no matter what because it is an update in the search for Brian Laundrie because he has murdered his girlfriend, Gabby Petito, allegedly. But in my opinion, there's no other answer. Um, it could have been an accident, I guess, but I definitely don't think that him running makes it seem like an accident. I'm pretty sure you guys are all on the same field with that one. Hey, little miss, what's going on? Oh man, I bet he's just trying to butter them up so they're nice to him. There's another one. Hold on.
Got the glasses on him. Last time I seen them was before they went on their trip. Yeah. They were in the driveway. They went on that van. Okay. Hold on, guys.
He's being like the damn police.
We can't talk right now. I'm sorry.
Why are you looking for them?
We can't talk right now. I'm sorry.
Can you tell us why you're here, sir?
Well, really, come on. You know. Okay. Aloha, guys. Thank you.
Do you have any tips?
I'm trying to get some.
He's such a drama queen. I can't even stand him. I mean, I like it. I enjoy the tenacity, but he is such a drama queen. Oh my gosh. I mean, he has to make it all about himself, but it's okay. Like I said, I'm happy that it's going to bring attention to Brian's disappearance, but geez, such a he's such an attention getter. Can't believe him. Oh my gosh, dog. I was going to play another video, kind of the whole reason why I'm going live. I can't believe this is actually available. Just one second. I really can't believe this happened. So let me pull up my history real fast, and then I'll add to the screen. How are you guys? Hey, Chihuahua Dawson. How's your morning? I can't imagine having Dog the Bounty Hunter at my door. I would, I'd open it for him, I think. But obviously, these people have something to hide, so even though they are inside and we know it, they're not going to open the door for him. Oh my gosh. Okay, here we go. I realized I was pulling up my history the whole time.
Worst case.
Oh, this isn't it. What are you guys doing today? Little Miss, what are you doing up? Okay, found it. Looks like the lion from The Wizard of Oz. He does. If I only had a brain, a nerve. All right, I'm going to add this next screen.
Well, a News 12 exclusive now, a music video featuring a music video featuring a then 14-year-old Gabby Petito with a profound message. It was made years ago by a Long Island singer and was meant to combat violence against children after the Sandy Hook shooting. News 12's Jackie Lucas shows us the video and spoke with the woman behind it.
It's not easy getting by, living each day without you.
This song, titled Irreplaceable, came out after the Sandy Hook school shooting back in 2012. The music video shot right here on Long Island. The two little boys in the video, Gabby Petito's younger brothers, and Gabby also in the video holding a sign that says she's irreplaceable.
And it's just ironic that she's in this video.
Long Island native Deb Henson wrote, produced, and sang the song. Now, after Gabby's death, she says it has a whole new meaning.
I haven't listened to the song in a while, and I'm listening to the lyrics and just, wow, because the lyrics are just so fitting now. It's almost eerie to us.
She vividly remembers her encounters with Gabby and her family.
I don't want to sound melancholy, but we had a magical weekend. It was 2 days of filming on a Saturday and Sunday. And I just remember, it was really hard for everybody because of the subject matter. And Gabby was such a bright light. She was, even at 14, she was just this kid who was just really sweet and just wanted to be involved and help.
Now Deb says she is dedicating her song to Gabby. She hopes it will inspire others to love and be kind and remind everyone that they're irreplaceable.
I do believe what the song says. I believe things happen for a reason. And I know something big and bright is going to happen out of this eventually, because this did not just happen in vain.
The end is a brand new day.
I'm Jackie Lucas, News 12 Long Island.
It's a beautiful song. The lyrics are chilling now. If you want to watch that video, it's on our website under numbers and links. Deb says any money raised by downloading the song on iTunes or Spotify will go toward a fund to help Gabby's family.
She was young. She was beautiful. She was chasing her dreams. She was excited. She was hopeful. She was in love. She wanted a partner. She wanted support. She wanted to be cherished. She trusted him. She was anxious. She was overwhelmed. She took responsibility. She was scared. She was manipulated. She was abused. She didn't deserve this ending. She didn't deserve the abuse. I will say her name. I will share her story. I will spread awareness. And I will use my voice because hers was silenced. Her life was stolen, but her legacy will live.
Her blonde hair fell around her like a halo. She was an upstate New York angel without wings. Her smile shine brighter than a morning sunrise. Her laughter put the songbird's voice to shame. When you see a butterfly or a weeping willow tree, or a rainbow or a wildfire on a grassy mountain peak, she's home with Mother Nature, yes she is. In the heaven on this earth, that's where she lives. That's where she lives, that's where she lives. That's where she lives. That's where she lives.
I am sorry if you were on my live right now and or my previous premiere and you heard that already. I just thought that was so beautiful when I found it. I was like, I have to add that to something. It's just way too gorgeous. I could not put that on there. Hold on. I got her name. I left her TikTok tag.
Mother Nature is, that's where she lives.
Whatever.
That's where she lives. That's where she lives.
So her TikTok name, I missed it. Go back and pause it later. That's her TikTok name. No, I'll add it into the information if you remind me if I forget. So, what do you guys think about that Sandy Hook thing? I'm trying to find the full video right now. It's on Bronx News, so I'm trying to pull it up. What do you guys think about that? Isn't that crazy? What a coincidence, right? That Gabby was in a Sandy Hook music video. That's just so crazy. Yeah, that girl was an amazing singer, and you're welcome. I will put that there. They said that they would have the music video on their page, but I can't find it. I'll have to record and edit later. But they do have this one. So let me pull this one up. This one's actually pretty good.
I'm here for the family, and just to be with them. I was going crazy back there, not being able to be. And I did a GoFundMe and raised the money to be able to come back. A lot of support in Portland, a lot of people in Portland. Get out of here, bug. A lot of people in Portland, all around the country are just feeling this.
And now, why was she? I mean, I know she was going to end the trip with you. Are you a longtime family friend? Or?
Yeah, Gabby's grandmother was my best friend. We grew up in Patchogue, and she died in 2010 of cancer. And I came back from Portland to help take care of her when she was on hospice. I was with her when she died. I kind of adopted her grandchildren. Gabby especially was always very close to me, being the oldest, and so I've kind of felt like a grandmother to her and her siblings.
When did you last speak with Gabby?
Kids, they don't like to talk, they just text. So it's been a long time.
Do you remember the last text? Did she say we're halfway there?
The last text was saying that was her video that she texted me, the van life video. And that's the last I heard from her. There was no personal note or anything, it was just the video.
And when did you expect her to arrive in Portland?
Sometime before Halloween. We were so excited. They were coming back.
And then when did you find out that she was missing?
The same time Nikki did. Nikki texted me and told me.
And you wanted to be here, obviously, for the funeral on Sunday.
I wanted to be here for the family and for myself, and just I had this need to be here. I could not come.
And they're going to put tonight. They're gonna put out these tea
Right.
light candles all around.
Right.
What do you think of the response to this girl that you
It's
consider a granddaughter?
it's beyond amazing. It's just in life, Gabby was a bright shining star, and now in her death, she's the brightest star. You know, everything you see on her pictures and her video, that's what Gabby was, who she was. Amazing artist, amazing spirit, just full of love, nothing but love and life. And of course, the thing that'll haunt me forever is that I never had a suspicion about Brian, not a clue. She was just so happy, you know, never appeared to be in any kind of trouble. When she was missing, I couldn't sleep, couldn't eat, thought about her night and day. And then when they found her body, as tough as that was, at least it was something, you know. The not knowing is, yeah, I don't wish that on anybody, to not know where your child is.
Has all of this and the outpouring of love for her
been-
helped at all?
Yeah.
How so?
The community cares. She touched their hearts in life and in death. You know, she's everything you see on videos and pictures. That's what Gabby was. You know, she was just. You hate to make people seem like, you know, there's no such thing as a perfect person, but she was pretty darn close. Not only was she beautiful inside, she just had a heart that was just amazing. She was a little hippie girl at heart, you know, and that's why I think we got along so well.
Lynn Art, I didn't get your message, but I did see something that explained that today. If you want, I will pull it up. Let me see. Let me pull it up. Hold on a second. I could do this. But yes, I heard that today. Now, this is all just an alleged rumor about Brian. I kept calling him Ryan yesterday. I felt like I was losing my mind. But yeah, I found this sleuther that she may have found some stuff about Brian. I thought it was pretty interesting. I have to pull it up on TikTok. The first thing that pulls up when I pull up TikTok is Candace Wells TikTok, because I really only use this laptop when I do lives. So I've pulled her up before. It's a little weird. My body. Let's see. Right side baddie _ Pretty sure this is her. No. She actually said today, she's like, my videos might get taken down. I guess she had been fighting. Oh, I found it. Okay. The girl that was putting these up, she said that TikTok kept taking them down, which is interesting. I've heard a lot of people say that when they post pictures of Brian on Facebook, like so people know his identifying features, that they disappear, that they get taken down, and that they've been, like some people have been almost put in Facebook jail over it. It's pretty odd. Okay, I'm going to play these in this order. Okay.
Gabby Petito case update. You guys, we have a real fucking problem with what I found. And I want to start this off by saying I'm not reporting this to the FBI because if I do it individually, I don't feel that it will be looked into at this point because I have lost all trust with the lies from this investigation. So I think we all should. I wasn't trusting the media. So I started to look into Brian Laundrie's family's juicer company. They've only said this in the media based out of Northport, Florida. But remember, I have a video up showing that Brian's mom worked for the state in the same county that medical examiner that has been speaking for their case worked in. And obviously they've told us that Brian and Gabby met in high school, so I wanted to see like what their life was before. But they say that the juicer company was opened in 2017, the Florida company, Northport, which also aligns with the interview that they just did with the neighbor that stated the families only lived there for about 2 years. So I ran a background check on the father. The company comes back to Christopher. Roberta as the vice president, so his wife. The address comes back to their house. Even Google pins it right there. But that company also came up somewhere else. Christopher Laundrie was registered under Atomic Juicer at this building in New York that also has raised cesspool and line cleaning. Now wait, look at the road name. This is the bigger map view, Atomic Juicer. Here's the full address, 36 Carlo. So then I ran Chris Laundrie in New York to one of his old addresses. It says he has 2 businesses, Juicer Services and CR Specialty Services, Inc. Look at the phone number. Look at the address, 36G Carlo. And I know this is him because it has him and his wife as the vice president. So I looked into that business. It's listed as currently active and the registration number. It has Roberta, and they're also registered in New York. And that business is registered to this address, the same exact address. And it comes back to Joe Simpson Plumbing and Heating at the top. Again, here's the address. So then I looked up the plumbing company, and this guy, his name is Joe. It says that it's a family-owned plumbing company, and it has a ton of reviews. Some of them talk about staff named Chris. So I went back and looked at what the media is reporting, and they say that Chris Laundrie only has a daughter named Cassie and Brian Laundrie, a son-in-law named Jimmy. But that's not true, because when I did a background check on him, he has a son named Brian Laundrie, Cassie Laundrie, a wife named Roberta, and a son named Joseph Laundrie, which is why this business, Joe Sampson, maybe it's Joe Laundrie, because the juicer company, the plumbing company, the septic company, the cesspool company, and C&S Specialty all come back to the same address. And even creepier, the aerial view, what does that look like to you? There are multiple other houses in New York that come back to this family and this business. Why are they not looking there? Because they're currently active. Gabby Petito case update. You guys, we have a real fucking problem with what I found. And I want to start this off by... Listen, I have a lot more information, but until my last video gets big enough and gets enough attention and support to where I know that my account won't get taken down, because if they were to censor me with what I want to continue saying, then everyone will know that they don't want me heard. I also want to use it to my benefit, because if the media picks up what I'm saying, if my video gets big enough and it forces them to look into it, or people start calling and reporting what I said and questioning it, I want to have the information that I have to make sure that they don't lie putting out the truth. It's public record. I got all of my information based off of background checks and county websites, tax information, real estate information, deeds. But what you're saying doesn't make sense, because the fact that the Laundrie family and Brian's dad has multiple businesses connecting to the same address in New York means that why are they looking in Florida? If I could find it, they could find it. That building needed to be raided even if they found nothing from day one. And instead, the media hasn't told anybody about it. Neither has the FBI. That's not evidence. That's public information that they use the media to purposefully distract from the truth. Like saying Brian only has one sister. That's a lie. Like saying the family only has one business. That's a lie. There's a lot of other stuff that I found. But until my last video gets enough views, I only expect the media to slam me and try to discredit me. And honestly, that's pathetic. Gabby's family should know that a whole ass another location or more in New York needs to be looked at. And they should be pissed that the media hasn't told them about that. We should also be wondering why they're using tax dollars to obsessively search one area in Florida when Brian could totally be at his family member's house in New York or his family's business in New York or other locations in New York. I also encourage other people to start using the little bit of information that I did put out to connect more dots, because there's a lot more and I've already found it, but I'm sure there's some that I missed. Like I said, I'm literally withholding that until my last video gets enough views. And if my account comes down, I did not do it, which is even more the reason to be concerned. Tonight, I'm going to be on my friend's podcast. I'm on there every Saturday, but I'm going to use this time this week because Ship already reached out to me and asked me, and I'm so grateful. So I'm going to be on her YouTube, and I'm going to try to share as much as I can with you guys. You can ask questions, I'll answer them. And if you have any information to help that you found, you can put it in the comments there. Just remember, I have nothing to gain from this other than the fact that I believe that we could help more than just Gabby. At this point, I believe that, because with everything that I found and the other girls missing, half the truth is a whole lie. Listen, I have a lot more information, but until my last video gets big enough and gets enough attention and support to where I know that my
Yeah, she's really, really good. I like her. And I really like how she looped that video, because before I ever realized it, I heard it like 4 times. And I was like, wait a minute, am I listening to this over and over? Because that's how TikTok does it. It just plays it on the loop. But when people do like really clean edits like her, you can't even tell. So I'm actually looking for the show that she just mentioned, Shipwreck Show. Let's check that out. Let's give her some subs up. No. Let me see. Let me see what this is all about. Let me do this and this and this. I'm just winging it tonight, guys. So if you get bored, I'm really sorry. I just felt the urge to talk. All right, here it is. It's pretty long, so we'll check some stuff out and then I'll skip through some of it.
Ladies and gentlemen, happy Saturday and welcome to the Shipwreck Show. My name is Shipwreck and I'll be your host. And tonight I have, who needs no introduction, Right Side Baddie, super famous on Fox News now, super famous for spreading misinformation, my favorite conspiracy theorist above Alpha Anon. I already told him, you can tell him, I don't care. You're my favorite. And it's not even conspiracy anymore. Like, this is all just like.
You told him?
I told it because I've known you longer. So that puts you above the list.
Right.
He can't be you. I mean, he does have the fires and he drinks the whiskey, but he can't be you. And I gave him every other way. Anyway, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the show. We do have a topic tonight that I know Right Side Baddie wants to cover. We're going to give a little bit of quick background on what exactly she's talking about, because I know some people were kind of confused as to what the video that we duetted on TikTok was about. So let's just run through this here. So a van life vlogger named Gabby Petito, her remains were found. This was what, yesterday? Did they just found them?
Yeah, but that was, I mean, time is kind of weird right now, but that was a few days ago.
Okay, so I just saw the thing today. So, but they are searching for her fiance, and he's a person of interest, not necessarily a subject, or a subject for her demise. And there's a lot of news and a lot of information out there. And I just read something where the Dog the Bounty Hunter is going to go find him, or going to try and go find him. And I'm a big Dog the Bounty Hunter fan. I'm just going to throw that out there. And
this is so weird, right? Like,
that's
he
just
showed
where
up there.
Yeah, I know. Well, because it's it became a high profile case. Every other article that I've read about it today wants to know why we care more about a white woman missing than a black woman missing. I'm not even going to get into that. Like, why is that even a thing? Like somebody, it doesn't matter. But here's the deal. So Right Side Batty, you've been on this for a while. You lost an account because of it. You ended up on Fox News, and not in a good way, which, well, whatever. That's kind of the name of the game. But you connected some dots that maybe some folks have not connected, or it sounded like maybe some locals did connect the dots. There are some little local papers out there that are reporting kind of the same thing that you were going over, and they're outing these businesses, but it's not getting picked up by the national news outlet. They all want to know why we care more about a white woman than a black woman, because that's exactly what we need, is more racial divide in this country. So let's promote the shit out of it. Beside the point. Again, American Beth, good afternoon. Okay, so good afternoon, good evening. Right Side Batty, connect the dots, share the story, talk the talk. Let's hear what you got.
Okay, so to be clear, I don't like the narrative push on the media, because all of this is my opinion. And then when I talk about like the things that I put in the videos, they're all like public record, county record, that type of thing. So, but my belief is, just from the beginning, I purposefully didn't post about Gabby because I knew the left being in politics would eat me alive for a conspiracy. But there came a point, I immediately got to the left, or I immediately got to the Gabby Petito side of TikTok, because I was like, I need to watch what's going on with this, because every single thing about it, from a person that looks into trafficking so much and like globally and just their behaviors and corruption, like this is it. So like I was watching it, but I was watching all of these people work so hard to put out this information. And I'm like, there's only so long that the media can like not acknowledge all of these people on TikTok putting out this crazy stuff. Like that was actually making sense, you know? So that's the point where they finally did address it. And that was short-lived, because right after they addressed what everybody was putting out in the media, saying how TikTokers have helped them this whole time and blah, 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 like, then they found Gabby.
Right.
And what that says to me, like from the media, is that they wanted the TikTokers to have a body and shut the fuck up, because they were getting way too close. So then I saw everybody really discouraged, but they were also like, we did this, you guys, like, let's move on to the next person. And I'm like, wait a fucking minute. Like,
hold the fuck up.
Yeah.
There's some government shit in here somewhere, damn it. Nothing
I'm
matches.
like, you guys don't know me, because like, these aren't my normal people that see me on TikTok. You know what I mean? So like, I purposefully went over there and was like only liking Gabby Petito stuff. And I'm like, these people don't know me, but I was like, hold the fuck on. So I made a video and put it under Gabby Petito update that was like basically just saying like, why are they reporting Brian as a missing person? The family just made a statement saying, do not report, like, Gabby's missing, not Brian.
Right.
And then all of this crazy stuff with the way that they handled the autopsy and worded their reporting, like they said, even on the media after the autopsy, I had a video showing a clip of like where they were like still not confirming her body. And it was very weird. So like
they'd found a female's body. They were assuming it was her. They were confident it was her, but they had no evidence to prove it at the time. Is that
right? Like, and that's like something that you would think whatever, but like it took a few days for Gabby to get like her autopsy results back. So like you could like the dad could have, an eyewitness can confirm a body. You know what I mean?
Right.
Like I've even had family experiences where we've confirmed somebody over video chat.
Right. And that's what they've been doing over COVID. There was a couple incidences that people had to confirm who the person was in the morgue, and they had to do it via almost like a Zoom, just because of COVID. Then there was a big article about that a while back, that's how people had to be doing it right now.
So like the fact that like this was out of state and they weren't making like that type of accommodation was odd to me. And like just that they let, a couple days go by of them saying like woman found and not saying Gabriella Petito. And so remember that they always refer to Gabby as Gabby, not her full name.
They use it
Gabriella.
separately. So
Okay.
that's very weird and like kind of disrespectful in a sense. Like when it comes to the media, there's just a proper way that they're supposed to do this stuff.
Mhm.
But by not saying the media can't be held accountable if they use a nickname and then say their bullshit under it. You know what
Right.
I'm saying? For false reporting or whatever. So the way that it all happened was I got involved and I saw people backing off of it because they had, you know, they had found Gabby.
Right.
But I'm still looking at all this area like, okay, these, like, let me see if there's other people missing. There are a ton of other people missing. There's even a couple you may have seen that was at the same exact location as her.
Somebody just
reporting-
commented about it. Yeah.
Yeah, they were reporting to other people. Like, I don't know if it was kind of like a joke or what, but like they had an incident with somebody else and that guy creeped them out. And they were saying like, oh, you know, if we're dead, like if we go missing, it was that guy. But like,
Right.
I don't know if it was a joke or how they said it, but they were found with their pants down and shot in like the same, like found in the same area. And Gabby had been at this lady's work that day.
Okay. So are you thinking like, so what are you thinking? Like, what are you like? Are you thinking like almost like a serial killer type of situation, or are you thinking
I'm
more?
thinking that the cops are covering it up. There was a point, if you watch the body cam footage, where one of my videos from the beginning was that Gabby and Brian got into it that day, and the cops had pulled them over or whatever, and the police department decided to have Brian go stay at a hotel and then have her stay in the van. And in the body cam footage, he hands her back the keys.
Mm-hmm.
Why would any couple that's doing van life, like no matter how bad the fight was, a cop wouldn't recommend the woman staying alone in the van?
That's, I guess, yeah. I don't know what kind of woman she was though. I mean, if it, like, and I can only come at this from my aspect. Like, if it were me, I'm pretty strong-headed, strong. You know what I'm saying? So if I wanted to stay, I would be like, you know what, I'm going to stay. I've been doing this, you know, and I'm pretty convincing. So if she was that kind of way, it could, and maybe, I think maybe the cops, so you think that the cops are trying to cover this up because
the
they
cops
fucked up?
followed her and knew where she was.
Oh.
Because then I started looking into the coroner. I don't know if you saw the videos on that, but like that coroner's office, they're doing something out of that coroner's office, and they have been for a long time. Because like the original coroner is Stan, which she texts that name to her mom, but they thought she was talking about her grandpa, which would make sense because how would she know the coroner?
Right.
But then the coroner was replaced with this guy that literally wrote like died of a broken heart on death certificates and like loaded people up in the back of his vehicle. All he had to do was have like a 2-hour or a basic coroner class that he had a year to take, and then he had been in that position for literally generations. And then he wasn't licensed for, based off the timeline that I could find, backtracking the whole thing, about a year. He worked in that, he was the county coroner, and he had no license. And they even documented like the sheriff wanted to arrest him and fine him for not being a licensed person to do this. And like, it was crazy. But then Dr. Blue takes over. Dr. Blue is the coroner that actually did the autopsy on her. He's a pilot. He also owns the only abortion clinic in the county that has had a lot of
accusations about him like malpractice and that type of thing. It's a lot.
So somebody had mentioned trafficking. So and is that kind of like, and I've seen it mentioned a couple times in the comments. So from the theory based off of the comments and some of the stuff that you've said, that sounds like the theory is that maybe this young lady is still alive and was sold into trafficking, and the body that they found may have not been found. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, it sounds like maybe they just grabbed a body out of the morgue from this shady coroner's office and said, we found the body. And now the media, and maybe they know, or they have a pretty good idea, but they can't report it like that. And so they're reporting it really sloppily so that more people look into it. Is that fair speculation to say?
Yeah, because like, I think it's very weird that they waited for the autopsy to the guy that did they waited for the coroner to identify Gabby because the family was out of state. So that could have been anybody because the family never actually saw her, to my knowledge.
Okay. Yeah. And we talked about that before the show started, is that nobody identified this body.
Yeah. Like,
and they're having a memorial service for her today or tomorrow. Did I read that right?
Yeah. And like trafficking, obviously, like, yeah, there's times where, you know, they do kill them or whatever. But like most of the times, if you're being trafficked, like they're going to keep you alive. So a situation like that, like replacing her body, I don't know. Like, I don't know if the family has actually physically seen the body. I haven't seen anything about like a wake or a viewing service. So that's weird.
It's a memorial, like a celebration of life, if I remember.
Which means she may have been cremated.
Well, that's what I'm going to look up right now. But let me back up to that theory really quick. But why her? Now, do you have some, because you connected a whole bunch of dots with businesses and all that kind of jazz. I mean, would this be paint? Like, God, I hate to even talk about this. I'm going to tell you what.
I know.
But is this payment for something? Do you know what I'm saying? Like, did they owe money or something? I heard she was cremated. The
So
stepdad.
I can't figure out the motives, but I do see the media push. Like I could post some of them, but there's a lot of like really hateful stuff being said about Brian from celebrities, from like reporters on CNN, reporters, you know, on Fox, like the way that they're saying these things.
She was cremated. Shocked. I mean, she's going to be cremated before she's brought back to Wyoming. So her parents are never going to see her.
Yeah. Or it's not her.
That's what I'm saying. So
it's
they don't.
Someone else's loved one.
That's what I'm saying. But why? Like, why?
I could tell you why. Like, this is I don't know. Like, but this is my idea of, based off of the information that we have so far. And like, my theory has changed. It's always been consistent, but like the moving parts of who's who has changed a lot. Basically, what I think is that
it's been declared. I'm sorry. It's been declared a homicide. Thank you, Paula. But they're going to cremate her?
Right.
Like, I don't know enough about the funeral home business, I guess, to really speak on it, but that fast before
the case isn't even close. Like,
that's what I'm saying. It's barely even open.
Yeah.
Thank you, Paula.
But my idea on all of this is the one flag that I have is that Brian is posting. So he accidentally, you know, nobody knows for sure if it was him or not, but twice now he's accidentally gone live on Instagram and on Facebook, I think. Don't quote me on that. But
I've done what?
Huh?
How do you accidentally go live? I have never done that. And I am live a lot.
That's why I'm saying he's not accidentally going live. He wants us to know that like something's wrong, or if he was really hiding, he wouldn't risk like.
But they're saying too that, so he left. So the story is they're registering him as a missing person because he had left all of his belongings and everything at his parents' house, which is why they called and wanted him a search put out for him, because he didn't have his wallet, he didn't have his phone, he didn't have his keys. And they thought that was really odd. And he drew like $1,000 out of his bank account between like a week span. You don't. I strongly believe he. Doesn't sound like it.
Which makes me think this. I think that cop, they really were fighting, and that cop split them up.
Okay.
He had Brian go to the hotel. He followed Gabby. I'm not sure like how long he was following her for, because Brian and Gabby could have gotten back together at some point, and days later, like that cop had just been stalking her. You know what I'm saying? But like at some point,
scary.
Yeah. But like at some point, I think Brian knew what just happened. Like they're reporting him as missing because if they slam him in the media and say that he's a killer, blah, 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 they can't twist their story if he accidentally pops out of nowhere right now and says, I have all the truth for you. This is exactly what happened.
So Miss Mimi says, okay, but they were at a restaurant days later. They were, because they got into a fight. It was in Utah. They'd gotten into a fight and the cops were called again, but they were mad. The statement said something about how she had said that they were madly in love and they didn't want to press charges and they didn't want anyone to get into trouble. He looked really angry. She had spent a lot of time crying. That's what a lot of the diners had said. And that was it. Then they left together. So, but that happened after the initial pullover from the one cop. And so between that pullover time and that spat at the restaurant, she's right. The cop could have
just been
following her around. So
because those other two girls died that same day as the body cam footage. So like,
in case you came in here after I started playing this, this is just a video after we played a conspiracy theory video, and she said she was going to be on a podcast, and I started playing it. We don't believe any of these things. I think most of us know the facts. If you get annoying in chat, I will block you.
I doubt anything happened to Gabby that day. You know what I mean? But they were both at Gabby's body, and the two girls that were shot, they were found at the same locations.
Right. But that's not anywhere in the media.
Right.
Nobody, like everybody's connected those dots. Everybody in the comments you've connected the dots. I did after your couple videos, but I haven't seen any articles connecting those two dots. At least not that I've seen, and I could be wrong again. I'm wondering if they're not somewhere together, both alive and on the run from a trafficking situation. Amy, that's kind of, God, I'm going to be hard pressed to believe that that's her. I've just got a gut instinct that says that after hearing this, that doesn't sound like, and maybe what Aaron is saying here, that I don't know if you go on the run from that kind of situation unless you were being trafficked by, you want to talk about the elite. I mean, we want to go down that rabbit, unless there's some kind of connection to, that's what I'm saying. Like, and the parents are really, they don't have any comment. They've already made a statement saying that they would not be commenting on anything and that they would not be. But why?
But Brian's family is sketchy as fuck. So that's what I'm like, what the hell is going on? Because so originally when I started looking up like their houses in New York, because I remember the media saying like they lived, they were like an average family, and that they lived within their means and that type of thing. When I looked up the addresses in New York, some of them come back in like $1 million areas.
That's what your video was about.
Yeah. Like, Okay,
There's,
so then
there's
what
like
I was
some
thinking, this
loan
lady,
sharks out there.
I found her in the same county as that medical examiner that was speaking for the family on the news. They worked in the same county when she lived in New York. Like that, Brian Laundrie's mom worked for the county in the same like office as that medical examiner back in the day. So like then I was thinking, and I saw like her salary. So I'm like, how the hell were they living in this house? So I started looking into what the dad was like, what companies he owns and shit like that. It's nothing that great. I mean,
It's a
at
bunch of like
first
sewer
glance,
companies
it
and
was
stuff.
just like the juicing company, but it wasn't just the juicing company. That company comes back to which I think this is normal. Like if I had multiple businesses, I would put them under the same address probably. But they have their juicer company in New York. They have that same juicing company running out of a location that has a Joe Simpson in that building. Come to find out, they never told us that Brian doesn't just have a sister named Cassie, he also has a brother named Joseph Laundrie. And Joseph, it seems, runs that plumbing company out of the same address. And like they're active. Like they currently have Google reviews that also talk about a staff member named Chris.
Right.
And like they say his name is Joe Sampson, but their logo image was just changed like 2 days ago on Google. And also, why would another Joe be working at the same address, putting his business under Brian Laundrie's dad?
I bet she hasn't slept at all.
So Ashley makes a really good point. She says, "No way, if I lost my child, I don't know how long she was out there." See, and that's I know you're talking like the Laundrie's, like his parents and his family, super sketch, but like everything that I've read from hers seems really
sketchy.
Well, quiet, almost like they're scared, like something happened. Paula wants to know, was their van on Google Maps?
No.
You mean
the video that I posted, I pointed to what looked like a van to me, which I'm just like in the video, I didn't know when that was taken or anything like that, but just pointing out that like it looks like there is their van life van sitting there. And that van was registered to Brian, and it's from
Florida.
Yeah,
it had Florida plates.
But like the VIN comes back to it being like they bought it in like 2017. So like that could have been an old picture with the van there, or it could have not been related at all. But then also when I look up, so this is why I think that business is definitely not Joe Sampson, it's Joe Laundrie, and they just are hiding his name, is because one, that guy looks like Brian, just bigger, and two, because the actual Joe Laundrie, which comes back as Chris's son and Brian's brother, lives right down the street from there. What are the fucking odds of that? Like
nothing. None. Nothing is a coincidence with this kind of shit. I'm sorry, it's just not. It's just not. And it's
under the same business as Brian's dad. Like that doesn't make that make sense. It's not. It's bullshit. So my biggest reason on why I posted all of these and that it's so important for it to be heard is because look, I don't care who you are, whatever. This is not evidence. People keep saying that, like, oh, just be patient because it's evidence, and they have to keep some things.
Well, there's no evidence. No, there's no evidence. They're fucking cremating her, and the parents aren't speaking.
Right, and this is public information that is accessible to the public that they are purposefully leaving out of the articles. Like they never told. It literally says sister of Brian Laundrie, Cassie Laundrie. Brother, nothing. Like they didn't want to say that guy's name. They didn't want to say Joe Laundrie because people might look into him and see the business in New York. Which also keep in mind, at the beginning, the first stop on their timeline that we have ever heard of
from Gabby and Brian is they left a vacation in New York and started their cross-country trip.
Right.
So, like, that's important too. But nonetheless, like, my whole point is that Brian Laundrie's siblings and family have homes in that area. Not just two, a lot. They also have the business. So the fact that they're still looking
I
in
did hear that
Florida,
about the homes.
and they have not even gone to New York where Brian could be.
Right. That is odd.
That's why they
They're
don't want
hiding
us to know about Joe. That's why they don't want us looking at New York. That's why they don't want any of that.
I think that's about my fill that I could get of the conspiracy theory. But she had some good connections. But as MP was saying, she seems like the ultimate conspiracy theorist. And I like the connections that she made in that first TikTok video. But we've already heard of them make so many mistakes and misconceptions about the case. It's like I can only take it so much with a grain of salt. Yeah, unless it came off the news or I heard it from the family, I probably won't believe it. Also, I'm not a big conspiracy theorist myself at all, but I'm willing to listen to everything. I did hear that the family did have properties. I did hear that they had lots of properties. I initially got a photo of a Laundrie in New York in like a uniform, like a police uniform. So they were saying he had a brother that was a policeman. But again, I didn't find any connections. It was all unsubstantiated. On my end or whatever. I didn't find anything. So I just dropped that stuff about the brother. Like when I didn't find one, I was like, yeah, I don't think that's his brother. But I mean, for conspiracy theorists, it works out like, oh, he has a connection, he has a brother, it works. I won't knock their hustle though. I do know that they find things when deep diving because they're sleuthers too. But yeah, there's so many wormholes. I'm not gonna lie to you. The reason I'm playing this is because this live is going to be very popular with the conspiracy theorists. The Sandy Hook thing is, I'm almost like, oh man, I almost don't want it for this case. I almost wish that Gabby wasn't in that video because of everything that it's going to bring out. Hey, Alexis Lee, you're not late at all. Find crap. This isn't her. Wait, what? My brain can go down all the rabbit holes, but normally finds problems with them before they come out of my mouth or outside my own head. A lot of my own conspiracy theories always end up contradicting each other. So unless I'm sticking with facts, I don't feel like comforted. It doesn't make me happy. If I have a conspiracy theory and then it has another one, and then I have another one in my brain that like directly like goes against it, it drives me crazy. So I'd rather not have them. Also, I am so superstitious it hurts. It is bizarre. It is bizarre. You're a big conspiracy theorist, but you can't with here on this one because it was so wrong. Absolutely. There was a lot of things wrong. I'm not going to knock her for trying. I'm sure she did not have a lot of sleep these past few days, as a lot of us that have been following the case haven't. I don't want this to take away from Gabby, so I know I'm going to get some people upset with even bringing this up, but this will probably be the most respectful conspiracy theorist talk you'll find. I have seen some crazy ones already, and like I don't even know the definition. I didn't know the definition of a red flag until right now. I kind of just always assumed what it was. It is kind of what I thought it was, but I try not to believe in stuff like that. I was in the World Trade Centers 2 weeks before they got knocked down. I took the same flight from Newark to San Francisco less than 2 weeks before. In the very same flight, the very same time in the morning. So it's just, I feel like it would desecrate the memory. Like it was just such a rough time. I don't know. I don't like conspiracy theories, especially like ones that surround people having died. I don't like to disrespect the dead. So again, like I said, I'm so superstitious it hurts. But I will listen. I will listen to all of them. Same with other cases. I will listen to conspiracy theories, but when people try to pass them off as facts, it does upset me a little bit. Awesome, Lisa. Always good to look at all sides and stretch your brain, take it in, chew on it, and decide if you want to carry it forward or not. It's healthy. I'm not going to lie to you. I already said this, but the whole thing with the Sandy Hook, it's different. It's very different. I didn't expect that. I did not expect that to come out in this case. I need to know, like, for my own nosiness, I need to know what the connection was there. Like, what connection was there? Why were they chosen to do this music video? It's just that was very strange to me. Hard Eye sent it to me, and I was like, "What is this?" It was, I don't know. I just want to know why. I know it's none of my business, but I still want to know. So, in case any of you guys missed it, I will play it again real quick. It's just very, very different. I didn't expect it. So apparently, Gabby and her brothers were in a music video for the Sandy Hook Memorial. And now I can't find it. Oh, there it is. I don't think this is it. I like how my internet's buffing right now, but nobody is up.
Worst case he had ever seen. ABC Amy wrote.
Of all times of day, right now it shouldn't be buffering. Will you stop loading it? All right, there it is.
Well, a News 12 exclusive now, a music video featuring. Well, a News 12 exclusive now, a music video featuring a then 14-year-old Gabby Petito with a profound message. It was made years ago by a Long Island singer and was meant to combat violence against children after the Sandy Hook shooting. News 12's Jackie Lucas shows us the video and spoke with the woman behind it.
It's not easy getting by, living each day without you.
This song, titled Irreplaceable, came out after the Sandy Hook school shooting back in 2012. The music video shot right here on Long Island. The two little boys in the video, Gabby Petito's younger brothers, and Gabby also in the video holding a sign that says she's irreplaceable.
And it's just ironic that she's in this video.
Long Island native Deb Henson wrote, produced, and sang the song. Now, after Gabby's death, she says it has a whole new meaning.
I haven't listened to the song in a while, and I'm listening to the lyrics and just, wow, because the lyrics are just so fitting now. It's almost eerie to us.
She vividly remembers her encounters with Gabby and her family.
I don't want to sound melancholy, but we had a magical weekend. It was 2 days of filming on a Saturday and Sunday. And I just remember, it was really hard for everybody because of the subject matter. And Gabby was such a bright light. She was, even at 14, she was just this kid who was just really sweet and just wanted to be involved and help.
Now Deb says she is dedicating her song to Gabby. She hopes it will inspire others to love and be kind and remind everyone that they're irreplaceable.
I do believe what the song says. I believe things happen for a reason. And I know something big and bright is going to happen out of this eventually, because this did not just happen in vain.
The end is a brand new day.
I'm Jackie Lucas, News 12 Long Island.
I watched it again with my jaw absolutely dropped. There's no conspiracy. This woman felt bad for what happened or may have happened and made a music video, and she probably knows her parents or something. Well, that's what I'm going with. That's what Mara actually said above Little Miss. She said that her mom does like foundation or funding. What was it? Let's see what she said. She said it was thought provoking. Oh, I can't find it. Oh, this was her mom is a memorial person. She works for a 9/11 fund, and that's the one of her doing missing kid fund thing. I'm sorry if that made no sense. Oh no, it's okay. What happened, Shelly? You said my name. I'm here. What happened? But yeah, right now I watched it again. Like, you what? You hear someone bang on your door like that? Yeah. So I thought that was when I saw that. Well, when Hard Eyes told me about it, I was like, "Wait, what?" And then when I saw it, I was like, "No way, this can't be true." And sure enough, it's real. I'm gonna have to find the video. I can't. I already looked for it a little bit. There's like a full music video. That would be nice to watch, to see like a younger Gabby. And I had heard like from her, I think it was her godmother had said that Gabby never ever complained like when watching her brothers, and she was actually really close with her brothers. Her brother was actually the first person I talked to about Gabby being missing, like because he was on TikTok asking us to look for her, So yeah. But they couldn't talk much because of the open investigation. I think they knew, more than we did, or at least obviously they knew more than we did. I was going to play this too. Let me add this to stream. Okay, let me mute myself real quick.
In the Northport community wanted to honor Gabby, so they held a memorial. ABC Action News reporter McKenna King shows us how they offered support to Gabby's family ahead of her funeral tomorrow.
The Gabby Petito Memorial at Northport City Hall has grown immensely over the last several days, and Saturday night it grew even more as members of the community showed up for a butterfly release and a candlelight memorial in honor of Gabby.
I want Gabby's family to know that Northport, Florida, and the world are praying for them. We're behind them, and they are not doing this alone.
Fly high, Gabby.
A community mourning from thousands of miles away as the Petito family prepares to lay Gabby to rest in New York on Sunday.
It was just not the answer we wanted, but at least she is home with her family, and they get to have their closure in peace.
While most of the people in the crowd outside Northport City Hall on Saturday did not personally know Gabby Petito, many of them felt a connection to her.
Just to hear her parents talk of her when she was first missing, and it was just a vibrant attach, of her beauty. And I have daughters myself as well as granddaughters, so it was very emotional to begin with.
And for some, imagining the loss the Petito family is feeling hit a little too close to home.
I felt the connection with Gabby, mainly because my dad was murdered in 2017. It was my daddy, but no parent should ever lose their child.
A community vowing to keep Gabby's light shining and making sure her family knows they're standing behind them.
I know it's denial, it's shock. They're going to go through so many emotions, the anger. Just please keep Gabby as a good memories, not the bad, and keep those good memories that will help you, and the world's got your back.
The city of Northport has placed these signs out front of City Hall, reserving this area as the Gabby Petito Memorial, and they encourage community members to add to it if they'd like. Reporting in Northport, McKenna King, ABC Action News.
is coming together. It's a war of words tonight between the lawyers for the Petito and the Laundrie families. News 12's Antoinette Biordi tells us what sparked this exchange.
This was at the center of the dispute, a Yelp page belonging to Stephen Bertolino, the attorney representing Brian Laundrie. Now, Yelp users had flooded his page with negative reviews, calling him scum and disgusting for not making his client available to talk to authorities after Petito was reported missing earlier this month. Cybersecurity expert Adam Schwam says that when it comes to Yelp, reviewers can say whatever they want.
You can't monitor what's happening on those pages from moment to moment to moment. Almost anything can be posted. You have to review it. And there are alerts that set up when new posts do come in. And it's unfortunate that this happened.
But it got even more heated when the Petito family attorney, Richard Stafford, sent this letter demanding that Bertolino remove pictures of Gabby that were on his Yelp page or any other social media pages. The image, which appeared to have been uploaded by a Yelp user, was removed. In fact, Bertolino says that Yelp had shut down his page. In a statement to News 12, he told us, quote, "I would certainly agree with Mr. Stafford that any such post he is referring to should be removed, but advise him that I had no control over that Yelp site." Schwam agrees that it was the right move.
You have the ability to stop it for, let's call it fraudulent or unique activity for a temporary period of time. You can actually pull down reviews, which some people actually do. Others don't.
Stafford had said that the family tried to remove their daughter's picture from his Yelp page and were informed that only the business owner could add or remove pictures. Antoinette Biordi, News 12, Long Island.
Bertolino has said that he has, quote, not advertised.
A few of us were making a joke yesterday just because we're so annoyed at, the attorney in this case and the parents or whatever. And they were saying, Bertolino is a turd. I was like, oh, we should just call him Turdolino. I don't mean to laugh. It's just, there's only so much sadness you can endure before you start taking comical relief. And the fact of the matter is that me finding out that Gabby was going to be cremated today made me so sad. And especially because it was released yesterday and I didn't know. And I'm just like, I know that it's a common thing, but I really hope, I'm really, really praying for her family. This case has me so wrapped up. I want to do more. I want to release more videos than I already am. But I also know that there is a family hurting and I don't want to, overexpose, but I just can't stop talking about Gabby Petito. I really can't. I just can't stop talking about it, but I know I'm not the only one. Even my husband, who doesn't do true crime, is really into the case. So it's something that I feel like, there's 95 people in here right now at 1:24 in the morning in California. So I know I'm not the only person who thinks like this. I think she did dump him too, Hope Reigns. I think that's what was going on. What did you say, Chihuahua Dawson? He came into an Aussie chat on YouTube 3 days ago, maybe a hoax. Yeah, I don't think that any of these people we're seeing on social media is actually Brian. I think they're all just fakes. Yeah, my husband tells me stuff that I don't know sometimes because he's at work when I'm asleep. Yeah, go for it. He's at work when I'm asleep. Yeah, and he'll come home and he's like, "Did you see this?" I'm like, "Wait, no, what? Show me." Really, it's kind of funny. He's not really ever been into true crime. He hated the Watts case. He got a little bit into Summer Wells, but just because of, it's a little girl missing, and we have 2 daughters. So of course it pulls at your heartstrings. And of course Gabby pulls at our heartstrings because, again, we have 2 daughters, but there's just something about her disappearance that just wrapped me up. I'm glad she's not missing anymore though. Even as sad as this all is, I'm really happy that they found her. I'm one of those people that even if it's the saddest news in the world, I just want them home. I want them to be with their families and the people that love them and to have a proper burial because I think it's very important. I feel like they need all the respect that they deserve. And while she wasn't being found, it made me so, so sad. Okay, so I found the memorial page, but I'm looking for the video now so I can pull it up. There's like a whole bunch of pictures of Gabby though. So let me like pull it up. Whole bunch of pictures. So here's her graduation picture. This one I had seen before. I think this is probably her with the random dog at the beach. This is Santa Monica Pier. So I knew that they had traveled to Santa Monica prior to their vacation this time around. So I'm guessing that that was her with somebody else's dog. Little Gabby. Oh, man. It's her and Joseph, her dad. A bag of preparations and ribbons were dropped off at the Maloney Funeral Home in Holbrook, New York on Saturday, 2 days before a visitation memorial for Petito, which will be open to the public. My friend and mod, Melissa Wise, actually going. She purchased flights for her and her daughter, and she's headed there now. Got a hotel room and everything. I am so incredibly sad and happy for her at the same time. She says she has never been into a case like this before, and she was so moved. She's like, should I go? I was like, if you really want to go, you should. And she's going. I'm just like, oh, wow. Like, you're really doing it. So jealous. It's a video. Let's see. I'm going to keep looking for it. It's on Maloney Funeral Home. Okay. Thank you. Oh my gosh, so cute. This makes me so sad. Because to be a mom, just to be a parent, and to raise a child from them having been born into adolescence, and then to have them graduate, you think, you think you've done it all. I'm sure her mom and her dad are both just in disbelief that this is happening. I really can't even believe it for them. Like, you don't expect to raise a kid. Like, as John Walsh would say, this is a club that no parent should be in. And I think that's why true crime is so important to a lot of us, because we're all we have empathy, and these families, the way they suffer, you almost want to take some of their pain and feel it for them. I know that I have followed lots of cases, and I mean, I've spent hours crying over somebody that wasn't my family. Is that healthy? I don't know, but it happened. And that's not to exclude Gabby. I'm pulling up the memorial site as I do this. And yes, and in lieu of flowers, I have posted it several times, but in lieu of flowers, her family's hoping that you will donate to a memorial fund in Gabby's name. And I do have friends that have done it. I was supposed to do it, and I haven't yet, but I will. Actually, as soon as I get off of here, before I go to bed, I will make sure that I donate to Gabby's fund through her family. Little miss, I'm so sorry. And there's just so many pictures. You could tell, like, her dad, just the way her dad would talk about her just makes me so sad. All right. I'm getting closer. I've cried over summer too, Francis. Sometimes out of frustration. Yeah. I'm I saw her brother's post today and definitely crossed my mind, like, if I should post it, and I definitely am not going to. But it's just so sad. It says something like, I don't even know how to feel, Gabby. Oh, it was just so sad. I cried when I saw that. Like, just absolutely cried. I'm pulling up her funeral home right now. Yeah, we watched the video of the woman who was supposed to take them in at the end, and I guess she was actually supposed to work with her. I had heard that, but I don't know if that was actually true. But yeah, she said she was like a grandmother to Gabby, and in her interview that we watched earlier, it was just so sad. Can't seem to find her memorial thing. Give me a second. I'm going to close this out real quick, just so my computer snaps back, so I can find this memorial video. Because when I'm sharing on StreamYard, it goes so slow. And I try not to add anything to my to this computer. Like, if I barely save thumbnails and stuff, just because I don't want it to slow down, and StreamYard just sucks all the energy out of it anyway. You cried too. Oh, I know. A lot of people that were following on the day where Gabby died, it was just really sad.
I try to speak a little bit quieter too. So.
Okay, I found it. Let's see. I found it. Okay, let me share it with you guys. I did get it. I got to get Gabby's memorial video from the funeral home. Let's go ahead and watch that.
So this is a tribute from her funeral home ahead of her memorial services tomorrow. The funeral home called Long Island Funeral Home releases tribute, and it's to Gabby Petito celebrating her life. She has become known as America's Child. The memorial tomorrow will be open to the public, but it won't be live streamed. It's a public visitation, so. I think that's really why I connected so much with Gabby, is because she's just I feel like everybody kind of knew her. Everybody at the end of the case just got to know her really, really well. There's been memorials all over New York as well. Apparently her favorite color that they use is blue. There's some blue photos in here, so because the blue is supposed to represent her crystal blue eyes. Just a regular family from Long Island, New York. Wow. Yeah, I mean, I see a lot of people in the chat saying I didn't know her, but I felt like I did. Honestly, today when I was walking my dog, I just got a new dog, and I was just walking down the street, and I was like, I'm so just like upset. Like I was doing that broadcast earlier about the body cam footage, and just seeing her in that state of just like pure hysteria really made me very sentimental. I feel like this tribute really humanizes her. So this video was actually posted by Maloney's Funeral Home. It shows young Gabby as a happy, smiling girl who enjoyed playing outdoors and spending time with her family and its pet dog. And I thought like the intro of the video was very cute, where you see the young dog, and then you see her, and she's growing older as well. I thought that was very touching. The montage also shows her love of nature and the outdoors. So she's photographed in a lot of these photos in some of America's most popular outdoor destinations, including Zion National Park in Utah. And that's what I love about this story. It really is just like a story that's so American. She went across country to all these wonderful places. She saw America. She was in with the trends of the van life trends and everything that's happened there. She was a social media influencer. I think a lot of people related to her because she did have dreams like all of us do. Yeah, it's very sad. So this video was released by the funeral home, where there'll be public visitations of her memorial in Long Island, New York. There's been a ton of outpouring of support, a ton of people, showing up for Gabby. The funeral home refers to her as America's child. I like to see her as more like America's best friend. Like, I don't know about you, but I feel like this is just like, she's such like someone that everybody has known in their life. That's her and her dad. So it's a very personal look. I mean, I did a lot of research on her Instagram, and when I look at her Instagram, I don't really see all these photos of when she was younger. So this is a tribute to her life. I feel like, her life wasn't in vain. I feel like now everybody knows her story. Everybody will be able to recognize, a toxic relationship. I mean, I talk a lot about on my channel this topic of gaslighting. And I think that's kind of been like a word that I like to spread around because, I feel like we'll be able to recognize people that do that now. So I realize you're not playing the piano, silly me. No, I'm not playing the piano. Yeah, I mean, this really humanizes her. The injustice that has happened to her, that Brian Laundrie allegedly committed. I mean, this just makes me so much more wanting to bring a justice. Like, her life was just normal as everybody else's. She didn't deserve this. So Zoltar. I've never done one of those things where you put they tell your fortune. That's cute though, because there's a lot of fortune tellers on TikTok that are kind of being psychic about her case, which is slightly problematic. That's the one where she's meditating. Thank you guys for watching this with me. It was just released by the funeral home. Someone wrote, to Gabby's mom, dad, and family and friends, my heart breaks along with yours on the loss of Gabby. On the funeral home's page, they wrote, I hope and pray justice will be served so she can rest in peace and you can all, in time, have some closure on the senseless tragedy. Wow. Yeah, I just feel what the Laundrie family has been through has been absolutely awful in terms of, you know, how this has been dragged out so badly because someone just wrote stop talking. Oh, thank you, Tina. Talk all you want. That's a cute photo. It's clearly a Caribbean trip. Yeah, I just really feel like the injustice of everything that's happened. Gabby, you are the new brightest star in our heavens. God needed an angel, and he chose you as one of the stars. That's so sweet. So if you're just tuning in, this is the Long Island Funeral Home releases a touching video tribute to Gabby Petito a day before Visitation Memorial, which will be open to the public as condolences pour in nationwide. They said she has become America's child. So tomorrow there will be a public visitation in Long Island. Uh, 12 to 5 p.m. at Maloney's Halbrook Funeral Home in Halbrook, New York. It won't be live streamed. Oh, Niagara Falls. That's up in Canada where I'm from. Thank you so much, guys, for hanging out with me as we watch this together. Yeah, this is really beautiful. I like the piano music. Yeah, she's not from Florida. She's from Long Island, and they started their trip in Long Island. So I thought that was an interesting detail. But she lived with the family of Brian Laundrie for 2 years leading up to, you know, what just happened. And the Brian Laundrie's family are in Northport, Florida. Thank you so much. I know you have a lump. It's because I'm talking so much. I have a lump in my throat. I also been snacking on a lot of almonds. I'm so surprised I am not bawling right now. I'm actually trying not so hard to watch the slides. Oh. So again, this is released by the funeral home ahead of the public visitation memorial that won't be live streamed, but it's going to be in Long Island, New York. And I just thought, you know, we'd watch this together. It was just released. It was a happy video, and I just needed to change the pace after the last one. It's her and her mom, Mrs. Schmidt. Oh, lump in my throat. It makes me want to cry, yeah. Honestly, I'm trying really hard not to get emotional. Sometimes I tend to laugh because I feel nervous. I know, trying not to cry. No problem. I literally didn't sleep last night. It's so awesome, like connecting with everybody on here and seeing like everybody just come together over this tragedy. Wow. It's a beautiful tribute. So again, this tribute was released by the funeral home where there will be public visitation tomorrow from 12 to 5 p.m. It will not be live streamed. So if you can't make it, you can hang out right here and see the tribute. A family friend actually said they use a lot of ribbons in the tribute along the street because the ribbons were blue and they matched the crystal clearness of her blue eyes, because that was Gabby's favorite color. So there's a lot of meaning behind these tributes, and I find that fascinating. It's a nice change of pace from the signage that's on the Laundrie home right now. Not that there's anything wrong with it, but I feel like a lot of people are very angry. It's nice to just take a deep breath and realize, you know, she still had a very beautiful life. So yeah, sorry, Brian. America's daughter. Exactly. That's what they were referring to this as. Thank you so much for everybody watching with this. I'm just afraid about the music because I don't know if YouTube is going to hit me with something. So I'm trying to talk a little bit over it. It's jazzy though. I like that. we're so used to hearing Gabby Petito stories and it being like doom and darkness. This is definitely a nice little change of pace. So much different from her Instagram. How could I have known that you'd... Oh, someone just quoted Garth Brooks. That's a very touching tribute. Fits perfectly. All the blue hearts in the chat. That's sweet. Wow. So again, the funeral home is hosting a memorial. Public visitation is allowed at the funeral home. It's from Sunday from 12 to 5. It's at the Maloney's Howlbrook Funeral Home in Howlbrook, New York. It won't be live streamed. So, you know, this is what they're going to show, I think. And so we have it right here. Justice for Gabby. Hugs from Florida. Wow, people from all over. Just a regular family. They refer to her as America's child. Oh. No problem. Thank you for tuning in and watching it with me. You know, I really wish I could make it tomorrow to Long Island, New York, but sadly, I don't think I can. So it's nice to just set the funeral home releases so that we can all watch it together. The public visitation won't be live streamed, so it's nice to just have something to kind of feel like your memory, remembering her. Yeah, no parent should ever have to endure what they did. It's nice to just finally have a positive moment on my channel right now. That's sweet. cute kids. The big city. Sand castles in the sand. That's sweet. I love the butterflies in the chat. Yeah, we're all brought together by this tragedy. America's child. That's so sweet. Wow. Ooh, that gave me chills. Wow. Thank you so much for everybody for tuning in and watching this with me on my live stream again. So this memorial is going to happen tomorrow at a Long Island funeral home. The funeral director actually says they will not be live streaming Gabby Petito's memorial tomorrow. So thank you so much for tuning in to this live stream.
So as we were saying in chat, that this guy saying a few times that the memorial won't be live streamed, but I'm pretty sure it will be by a few people. John says, just one more question. Did the Utah cop have the same tattoo as Brian? I'm not sure, John. I'm not sure about that. Yeah, I think we'll see quite a few, I'm sure, Doc. A few streams. A lot of people are really invested right now in justice for Gabby, and like everybody else, they can't stop talking about her. Hey, Sweet Pea, what's going on? How are you? We just watched a memorial for Gabby that the funeral home, I think they either did it or her family did it. Let me pull up something. So I don't know if you guys heard this, but let me see. I have this video. So John Walsh was doing an interview on CNN, and they said that he got kicked off of CNN because he said this. So let's see.
End up dying by suicide, taking their own life before being apprehended.
Those are people with a conscience. Those are people that are mentally ill. They did something terrible and they don't want to face it. Brian Laundrie's done nothing. The Dirty Laundrie family and Brian Laundrie have done nothing but evade police. It's despicable. They prepared him for this run. He's an egomaniacal control freak. Big man, isn't he? He's too much of a coward. To death, a 95-pound, wonderful young lady. My heart goes out to that family. It'd be great if he killed himself. There'd be no trial. They'd never have to sit there like I did and look at, morgue photos and, photos of her on the ground and stuff. If he killed himself, it would be great for the family.
He did tell Brian to go off himself, but also he said that Brian bludgeoned Gabby to death, that he beat her to death. They muted that part out. I do have the unmuted version, but it is graphic. And we don't know if John Walsh knows more than anybody else, or if he's just guessing, or whatever. When I heard that, though, my I almost felt like I lost blood pressure in my face. Like, it shocked me. It actually shocked me. Then very little things actually catch me off guard, and that one actually shocked me when he said that, because I wasn't expecting him to just say it like that. That's why people do say, like, you need a trigger warning. I really did need one in that aspect right there, because it was some information that I wasn't ready for. I wanted to play a video by Crazy Crime Chick. It was one of Gabby's friends that was speaking. I've actually never played it on my channel yet, so I wanted to make sure that I have that one in here. Let me pull it up. And I will link Crazy Crime Chick. I'm sure you guys already all follow her. If you don't, make sure you do. She's amazing. And she's been killing it lately. Her videos have just been so good. Very well edited and stuff, and I appreciate that. She deserves recognition.
Hey guys, it's Crazy Crime Chick coming to you with another video. So I was just looking for any updates when it comes to the Gabby Petito case, and I came across this article by People, and it was actually uploaded yesterday, which would have been September 22nd. Now, in this article, it does talk about the relationship dynamics between Gabby and Brian, and it's coming from some of their friends. So I thought you guys would be interested on hearing it. So I'm just going to read it to you. The article starts off with, they always had some drama. Friends reflect on romance between Gabby Petito and Brian Laundrie. There was always something below the surface where things weren't 100% wonderful, says Brian's friend Ben Matula. He does go on to say that one minute they'd be all over each other, and then the next, Brian would be like, we're fighting. Friend that spoke with People was Alyssa Chen. She was actually Gabby's friend. And when she described the relationship, she said that it was on again and off again. They had many ups and many downs. She goes on to say that they had times they were toxic and times where everything seemed more healthy. They had very low lows and very high highs, but they really seemed to love each other. When things were good, you'd be like, why can't I have a relationship like that? When they were bad, you'd be like, oh my God, just break up and spare yourself from the drama and everyone else from having to hear about it. Now, going back to Brian's friend, Ben Matula, he said that the tragedy has made him reflect upon what he thought he knew about them. And he said the guy who he's being made out to be isn't the guy he knew. But then I have to look at what's going on and realize that he did some stuff that seems like it was shady. Seems like maybe he wasn't on the up and up. And because he did that stuff, a girl might be dead and he might be in trouble. So obviously, this interview was done prior to Gabby being found, because unfortunately she was found on September 19th. And we know that the manner of death is homicide. Ben goes on to say that it seemed like they were seeing the world with the person they loved. They were living the dream that all of us wanted to do, but they were doing it. All their friends were either still in college or searching for entry-level jobs, and they're out there killing it. I was jealous, and I know I'm not the only one. I was happy for them.
Yes. I love Crazy Crime Chick's voice, and I love the videos that she's been putting out lately. They've just been so classy, so well done. Diane Marie, that's kind of what I'm getting from the idea that there may be gunshot holes in places. I don't know if that's necessarily has to do with the crime scene. I figure they can they can and will put evidence markers down for things they find suspicious, but I don't think it necessarily means that it came from when Gabby like when Gabby died. I don't know if those bullet holes are actually from Brian like misfiring and shooting several different areas. I don't know. He'd have to have been like a horrible shot. And that's not even to try to be funny. It's just it's they're so spread out that it doesn't, I don't know, like maybe she was running from him. I don't know, but I don't know. It just doesn't seem possible to me that he shot like several different like trunks of tree. Let's see. I was actually going to end this live at some point. Like, I really just wanted to come on and show the Sandy Hook video, and then I kind of just got lost in the open discussion. But I did want to play a live that I did on CDT, and it's about 2 hours long. And I was just going to be in chat and just chat away, but I wanted to make sure that I got it on my channel as well because I really loved that discussion, and I felt it was important to share it again because it was, I believe that we did pretty well. So I was going to ask you guys if anybody else wanted me to pull up anything, I would, and if not, I was going to pull up that video until it ends. But I want to make sure to have it on my channel too. So is anybody, unless anybody wants me to pull something up, I am going to pull that video up. So if you did watch me on CDT the other day with Teresa, Amber Truth Seeker, Alex Erickson, and CDT herself, then I apologize. This is going to be a repeat for you, but I thought it was important. What if it was dark? Absolutely. Could have been in the dark for sure. I don't know. I don't think that they were bullet holes, but I see what you're saying for sure. I don't know. It's not my idea of what happened, but obviously I'm open to like so many more ideas. It's all open for interpretation. I don't see there having been a gun. And then the holes, like I said, they're just too far away. Let me pull this up real quick. And I'm going to mute my end.
Gabby Petito never goes outside.
She was trying to get her blog together and create a website to show the van life. She loved that type of thing.
Gabby and her boyfriend have been friends since high school. They both attended Bayport Blue Point High School here. Gabby graduated in 2017, and about 2.5 years ago, she moved to Florida to live with her boyfriend. Police in Florida call the circumstances odd. The last time she FaceTimed with her mother was August 24th or 25th.
She was having a great time. She said she was headed up to Wyoming.
Gabby's mom reported her missing to Suffolk police on Saturday night.
The first couple of days, I wasn't getting responses. I believe she was in a place with no service. It was like day 8 and 9 that I really became concerned and figured she couldn't be off the grid for that long.
You said you know where Brian is. Is he at his parents' house?
All I'm going to say is I know where Brian's at. All right. Thank you.
This story has taken a very, very strange and dramatic turn. Police do not know where Brian Laundrie is right now.
Earlier today, human remains were discovered, consistent with the description of Gabby Petito.
I think our plan for today is to just hang out here in the tent. Brian's stretching, doing some morning yoga.
All right. Hello to everyone in chat. Thanks for being here and chatting with us. There should be sound now. It says that I am having sound. So, hello everyone. And I have some wonderful friends and fellow YouTube true crime creators who have all been very invested in this case. Alex Erickson, Amanda Esvita, Amber Truth Seeker, and then Teresa from Unmasked. So how we usually do it is just kind of have an open discussion about the case. We will go off chat as best as we can, try to answer questions, see what you guys want to talk about, etc. But yeah, there is a warrant for the arrest of Brian Laundrie, and we'll go into all of that. But he's still missing as of now. So that's why I know I don't like to look at his face. I don't think anybody does. But if you've seen him, know something, report it. So hello to everyone on panel with me. Thank you guys for joining. However y'all want to do it to say hello, go for it.
Thank you, Kelly, for
hello, everybody.
Yeah, hello, and thank you for having us on. And
I don't know if I was supposed to like turn my camera on and dance a jig to say hi, but hello, chat. Hello, panel. Thank you guys for having me.
Hey, everybody.
So, yes. So, hello. And basically, I think most of you have followed this case. Gabby Petito, unfortunately, was, found deceased and her death was ruled a homicide. We are still waiting on the official autopsy report to tell us the cause of death and everything like that. But yeah, where is Brian Laundrie? So what are you guys thinking with all the, the news today and everything? It's like every day there's new things coming out in this case, I feel.
I think with this evidence, we at least know that wherever he is, somebody's helping him monetarily because he obviously didn't have his own money.
Right.
Yeah, I think he definitely has help. I'm thinking that for sure.
Yep.
Do you guys think he's in Florida?
At this point, I feel that he's possibly had a much more of a head start than we even think. I even questioned like this whole camping trip with the parents, if that could have even been the beginning of his run.
I believe that too. And I think he's alive too.
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree. I completely agree with everything you said. I think that camping trip is so suspicious. And what if they were setting him up to run? Like taking him and, just helping him set up?
Yeah. We know we have two neighbors that have said they saw him and, they saw the van come back and they saw the family take a walk. And then we have the older couple neighbor who say that they saw them go out on what they believe to be a camping trip. But yeah, did he come back from that camping trip? I agree with you guys. I think that I do think he's alive. I don't know that he's in Florida, and I think he's had major help from his parents to go off in hiding, basically.
Allegedly,
yes, in my opinion. And that's one other little disclaimer. Everyone is innocent until proven guilty, but, we have freedom of speech, and we're discussing a true crime case. So,
right. And although we do we give you guys all the facts and updates that we have and everything that the mainstream is reporting. What goes on here sometimes is somewhat of speculation and, we'll say allegedly and in my opinion, etc. So we're free to kind of theorize here. If anybody, wants to in chat, feel free to. I think the more brains that work together, the better, especially with certain things in this case that are just perplexing. Like the text messages and all that.
Well, I agree with you guys. I think that he's alive. I don't think he's in Florida. I don't think they're searching that reserve for him, per se. I think they're searching for evidence or something that was left there. I know that like there's been like different reports that come out and say that they're actually looking for him there, but I don't actually think they are. I think they're looking for something there.
Wow,
Something
that's
with the scent on it there.
Yeah, that doesn't mean that he wasn't there at one time, but I don't think he's there. I don't think they're looking for him there.
like maybe looking for a weapon or something like that.
I agree. I think possibly, yeah, they're looking for evidence there. I mean, we know that the Mustang was there, right?
That's true.
Do we?
I know. Do we? That's why I was kind of like, right?
Yeah,
Because-
that's what I was going to say. Is this only from the parents reporting?
Exactly.
I think it depends on if that's true about the police leaving the note to move the car. Remember?
Yep.
But now they're saying also that it was a note from his parents saying, "Brian, don't hurt yourself."
Yeah, the note, there's just kind of different things have come out about that note. Yeah, the parents claimed it.
Just like the parents claim that Brian could possibly be in this reserve, and it's been how many days now? And like you said,
they didn't
could
report
just
it
be
till
looking-
Friday.
Yeah, and they could just be looking for other things, so that's why they're going to use the man hours and all that in there. But the fact is, the parents sort of had made it seem that he was in there, not just like, oh, maybe he hid something there.
We follow a lot of missing people cases, and I mean, these parents, they're not looking for their kid.
Right. They're not. And why? I mean, unless they know more, which allegedly, in my opinion, I think they do. Because like you just said, they're not out there pleading for Brian to come home or turn himself in, or, where is he? They're staying silent.
Well, he had to give him some kind of explanation when he got back with the van without Gabby. And who knows what that was, and who knows how that changed from the 1st until the 10th or 11th.
And to be honest with you, I'm not sure they should really get in trouble. Like, in my heart of hearts, I don't know what punishment they should get, except I wish we could force them to tell us where he is or where they helped him leave to, if they helped him.
Yeah. And I mean, I'm not a lawyer or, I don't know, but I think it's pretty cold that Gabby's mom has said, she sent texts to his mom about worrying about Gabby, and yet they went unanswered. But I do feel, aiding and abetting, like if they have any knowledge.
But he wasn't a fugitive then.
Right. But if he comes home and I don't know. And unless they're helping him run, obstruction of justice. I'm just reading chat. What did you think about that?
But what about accessory after the fact?
That could be, yeah. If they help
So
him
they
run.
can't actually charge him with accessory after the fact, or the parents with accessory after the fact in the state of Florida.
Oh, really?
Right. So there's no actual, that's not a crime. If it was a sister or a friend, they would be able to, but a parent in the state of Florida can't actually be charged with that. So they would, if they were charged with something, it would be something along the lines of like obstruction of justice, destroying evidence. Like think of like Aiden Fucci's mom. She wouldn't be an accessory after the fact. They just don't have that there. But we're going to run into some technicalities because of the fact that she died in Wyoming. This is obviously a federal case. There was evidence taken across state lines. There's obviously little loopholes and things, but in the state of Florida, they cannot be charged with accessory after the fact, but they could find out.
Wow, thank you. That's
and also,
crazy.
let's not forget, they have an attorney, so they know enough to have, gotten their own attorney.
Yeah, they had one ready when the police, I think when they first came to talk to him, they had an attorney ready.
You guys want to talk about what people are claiming they did today in Orlando?
Yeah, I hadn't heard that until
you
mentioned it, but
And Teresa missed our little conversation backstage, so I don't know if she even heard this rumor.
I didn't. Well, the attorney said that he met with them in Orlando.
That's all I know.
So I missed the story. So please tell. Please.
There's a rumor that they went to Orlando to meet Baez, who
I
is
did
Jose
hear that rumor,
Baez.
but their attorney actually was in correspondence with one of the reporters, and he messaged her back and said they were meeting with me.
Okay.
I'll find it for you. Hold on 1 second.
No, I heard that, but there was another rumor
Someone
that went with that.
directly asked him if it was with Baez, or he just said they met with me. Because what if it's like a team? You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
That's what I was thinking.
Or if they meet with a lawyer, they want their lawyer present. Again, this is just rumor speculation. I'm just carrying it on here.
I thought it would be like, oh no.
Yeah, it could totally not be true at all. Just
I thought it was
a rumor.
interesting.
Yeah, it is interesting. And I do think he would want to do it. It's such a high profile.
The reason I said it
case.
was interesting is knowing Baez, it would be something he would leak.
Right. Gosh. Yeah.
Oh, Ashley AB says Jose went on record saying he was not repping Brian. There you go.
Squash that. There we go.
Okay, well, that's good that we got that out there, and now we know it's not true.
And next, that's Brian in a mask. So people can get that visual as well.
Mm-hmm.
What do you guys think about those text messages, like the Stan text and the no service in Yosemite?
Not Gabby.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think they could have been, right?
I want to know if it's blurry that this is just confirmed that they were meeting with their lawyer in Orlando. Teresa sent that. So
awesome.
I want to know, like, and we'll eventually, I mean, this will come out, but the phone records, I mean, we know that Gabby's mom said the grandpa was Stan, but that Gabby never called her that. So, or called him that, I'm sorry. But I just want to know, like, was grandpa even texting or calling Gabby? That would be interesting to me. And was that frustrating Brian and therefore he sent that, or what? I don't know.
I think it's I don't know.
I would be curious what time that message was sent. Have you guys heard? Has anybody actually talked about the time of that message?
No.
No.
It would have been right after the
would-
restaurant, the Mexican restaurant.
That was around like 1 to 2 is when they were at that restaurant.
I don't think it has anything to do with the song Stan, but that's just my opinion. I think it does have to do with grandpa, but I don't know if it was her.
Really?
Yeah.
Well, what would it have to do with the Eminem song?
I don't know. A lot of people think it has a lot to do with that.
Honestly,
what's the context
thing? The first thing that comes up when you Google, if anyone Googled the name Stan, is the Eminem song. So I just don't think that would happen to be what he was kind of portraying. And you're right. Like, where's the correlation? That song is about like a crazy fan.
Well, in the song, he does kill his like pregnant girlfriend or something. I don't think it's this either, like the song, but maybe that's why they're saying it. But everybody has listened to Eminem at some point in their life. Amber, you and I were talking about that before, and you're right. You said that, and it's true. I mean, all of us have listened to Eminem, so I don't know. I don't think it's...
I mean, he was on his Spotify, but he's on everybody's, and he's on everyone's Pandora. And I think on Instagram, he's got like 32 million followers. So the odds that somebody would have Eminem on their list, pretty great.
Do we have a quote of what the text actually says? Because I thought it was something like,
yes.
"Can you take care of Stan now?" or can you, something along those lines.
Yeah, let me find it.
It has to do with messaging them a lot and calling.
Yeah, something about voicemails.
Like personally, I think that if it's true that the friend of Gabby's claimed that he heard voices. And again, that's hearsay. But I found that friend to be extremely credible in every other way that she was and she showed like videos and all that of her and Gabby. So if that's true, I think more so this Stan thing has something to do with some sort of episode that he was having.
Right.
I'm just thinking, like, if it was attached to the Eminem song, there's got to be some context. So he's texting from her phone to her mom about Stan, like checking on Stan or something along those lines. Which I get that the song lyrics are very similar or along the lines of what actually happened, but it still doesn't make sense that he takes her phone, texts her mom, and says that, and like her mom's gonna figure that out.
Right. And that song came out in the year 2000. I just don't see Brian being obsessed with a song from the year 2000 when he was 2 years old at the time. And it doesn't really match the current music that he was listening to.
Yeah, I don't think that had anything to do with it. I think some people just, you go down rabbit holes and I don't know. You know how it is.
So Stan is an acronym for send, like, what is it? Send the authorities now.
Yeah.
Send the authorities now. And it's taught in like domestic abuse classes. She's 22 years old. I'm not sure that she would have that knowledge. It's not like it's taught in schools like, old school like DARE programs or anything. It's not taught like that. So I don't know if somebody would have taught her that. And then it's just really ironic that Stan is her grandpa's name.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Like, I think we could go down a bunch of different rabbit holes if Stan wasn't grandpa's name.
Yes. Agree.
Right. And also, I think just the fact that she called her grandpa Stan is enough.
Yeah.
What's kind of like, I want to know the reason I want to know the timing of it is because was he like aggravated? Something had already happened and grandpa is calling back to back and he's like,
well, we have noticed
my parents are older and they dial me all the time. And it like is super frustrating. So I'm thinking like, if he's in the heat of something bad that just happened and grandpa's like calling back to back and he's just like, tells her mom, like, can you do something about Stan?
I'm pretty sure it was that text message was the same one sent when they had the fight at the restaurant. Now that we found out yesterday, isn't it?
Yeah, it was the same day. We just don't know the time.
Yeah, that's the thing is that we have determined August 27th. A lot of action was going on, basically.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and I mean, I'm just looking at chat, and I mean, it's pretty split what people think, but like you said, I mean, if this would be a whole lot different if her grandfather's name was not Stan. And that's why I just kind of want to know, like, when they, get Gabby's phone records and look through them on the 27th, are they going to see that Gabby's grandfather Stan was truly trying to reach her or not?
No, and a lot of people in chat are talking about that it is send the authorities now, but I'm just trying to figure out how Gabby would have known to use that.
Right.
Like, we know that most people don't know that. Most people didn't know that until
I
this
never
text
knew that.
message.
Yeah. I just wanted to say hi to Mexi and thank you to the mods. But yeah, I never knew that acronym either until 2 days ago.
Unless, I mean, I think she's younger than us. I know she's young, like 10 years younger than me almost. Could be something that was more behind our time. Because I know with us, like, texting didn't really start till we were older. So I don't know. And also, thank you so much, Zen, Liza, for the super chat. So I don't know, but the bottom line is, Gabby's mother, who knows her, loves her, that's her daughter, said it was uncharacteristic to get this text. Yeah, and that's true. Can you help? And it's all caps, it looks like.
Yeah.
Oh.
So then you have to also think, if she used Stan because it means send the authorities now, she would have to send that to somebody else who also would know what that meant.
Mm-hmm.
And her mom is the one who's come forward saying that she called her grandpa Stan, which was out of the ordinary. So her mom isn't saying she was sending me a message saying send the authorities now. So she sent a coded word to her mom that her mom didn't know.
Right.
Right.
And, I think that she was capable and willing to send text messages or something because he was trying to take her phone the day they were fighting. Why was he trying to take it?
And then also, then you have the friend Rose. So what have you guys followed what her friend Rose has been saying? I just wonder, like, it doesn't sound like she texted Rose on this trip. I just wonder how, in my opinion, allegedly Brian Laundrie was abusive. I think he was emotionally abusive, probably physical. And I just wonder, like, how tight of control he possibly had on who she was contacting.
I definitely think the Rose thing was he didn't like. I believe, in my opinion, that he probably didn't like her, and he didn't like his girlfriend hanging out with her. Like most abusive men don't like their girlfriend hanging out with their carefree friend. It happens way too often, and you know that story way too well. And that's how I feel like he probably did that with all of her friendships. And I know that they were obviously van lifers, but I think half of it was isolating her. Like he didn't even want her to vlog.
Yeah. I definitely agree.
Hey, Beber.
Yep, and hello, and thank
Beber.
you.
Yeah, I think he watched everything she did, super controlling. And in that video that Unmasked just did, they were pointing out how she gets the plastic water bottles. And then, the next day he's posting about how he despises plastic bottles. I think he just cut her down every single chance he got.
But then did you guys hear that the rumor was that they actually were when they were at the grocery or when they were at the gas station, they were actually buying bottled water bottles? Like they were buying bottles?
Heard that after they were at the Fairfield, right? After they were at that hotel.
Yeah, so he was just pissed about water bottles, but then doesn't have, I don't know. That was just a weird thing. It doesn't seem like he's anything to take jabs.
Yep.
Yeah, this guy, he's not who he portrays himself to be online, clearly.
Well, he's not standing, but he's online. I want to say like complaining about people being online and posting about it.
Yeah.
He says that he goes to public places and then that he's happy when there aren't people there. Like he doesn't seem, it's like a cognitive dissonance. Like he feels one way, but does something else.
And I think that him being in the away from society and in that secluded type of, even though they're traveling, it's very, they're by themselves, hiking, etc. I think that it was just too far away from reality. It seems like he had lost grasp of, he obviously lost his mind.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. I wonder what kind of mental health issues, if he is arrested and they do some kind of exam, I'd be interested to see what was happening there, because that with the hearing voices and the mood swings, just all of it, which I don't think that that's an excuse. I still think that he should get in trouble, but
Yeah, I definitely think that he has some type of psychopathy or possibly,
And now we've seen him laughing moments after we know that he was hitting her and saying, and trying to make it seem as if she was an abuser by not telling the cops the truth when they were saying she was an abuser.
Right. I was actually talking about this last night and I know we're doing everything as allegedly and whatnot, but I try not to put my opinion, too far in front of when they're actually arrested and convicted. But this guy has got me riled up. So, there's no doubt in my mind that he killed her. So I don't allegedly, in my opinion, but he's sitting on that body cam, standing there, and he is laughing. He's laughing with the cops. And this is what I was talking with Nessa about was she's bawling, like hysterical, crying, and he's laughing. So whether you want to say she's the abuser, he's the abuser, whatnot, the fact that this is the woman he says that he's in love with, it's the love of his life, they're engaged to be married, he wants to travel with her and spend his whole life with her. She is in this state of despair, and he's laughing. Somebody I love is that upset, and all I want to do is take care of them and make sure they're okay. I would not be over there laughing and having fun and making crazy comments with cops about how she's just not medicated.
Yes. Ugh. Yeah.
Oh my God, her face in that. It's just so pitiful. Oh.
Yeah. And this is from Amber. You posted that on your community. Just look at their faces. And you see that not just in one picture. I mean, it was through the entire stop and exchange with the officers.
Yeah, it's sad. Somebody in chat wanted to know if we had heard anything about the stickers on the van.
I have not gone down that path yet about all that. So no,
The only thing I know is that there was an additional sticker added like right before, and that's all I know.
Mm-hmm.
See, I thought it was weird because I actually thought that the van in the video by the vloggers has less stickers than it did during the body cam.
Yeah.
Well, that's the thing is I wanted to say is like the stickers to me, it's just you collect them as the trip progresses. Like they're like souvenirs.
There is a photo though of the back of the van once police got it, and it actually looks like there's more on the photo when the police got it than there was in what the vloggers caught. So there was less on it there, I think. At least it looks like it from what you can tell. But since you're looking at it from the road and driving, you can't, I don't know, can't be sure.
I agree. What do you guys think of the door closing?
I think it closed. Yeah, I think it closed.
I think it closed too, and it just makes my stomach turn, like thinking about that. If it was her, maybe that was her last moments. It's crazy that they caught that footage.
Yeah,
I know. That's led them to her.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I don't know if he saw them coming, so he closed the door. I just don't know.
You don't think it's like an optical illusion based on the ladder and that tree? And then obviously them driving forward. You guys pretty set on that it was actually opened and then they were closing it?
I think it's possible for sure that it was an optical illusion, but it does seem like it's closing.
I just watched it so many times, maybe.
I know.
I'm not convinced, so that's why I was hoping you guys could tell me why you think that, because I'm not convinced. It's like such a weird the way that it's going, and then I know it's like the shadow theory now because it's like literally everybody's slowing it down and pixelated, and it's like did it actually close or do I think it closed? I have no clue.
Do you guys want me to play the video?
Yeah,
sure. And
right.
Kelly, I'm sending you some images too.
Okay, I'll look for him. Now this is another channel. I will link that this channel in the description afterwards.
Nerve Gorilla, NIRV Gorilla.
Yes, that's who I'm on. So I will use this one.
Okay, yeah. I sent them on Facebook Messenger, Kelly.
Okay, thank you.
One thing I wanted to remind everybody is when he's behind that van talking to the cops, he tells them, I still love Gabby. Like, he's like, I hope she doesn't say too much bad stuff about me. And it's like, what? Now that we know that he was the one hitting her? No.
Right, but he's like,
and
he at least he'll still love her. Like, she's the one in the wrong, but he's the nice guy for still loving her.
Yeah, what a good guy.
Yeah, what a great man you are. Ugh, he makes me sick. Okay. Yeah, and then when that body cam first started and, they removed Gabby from the van, Brian is still in it, and they walk back up, and he's like, I guess you guys, I think he even calls her Gabrielle. I guess you guys have talked to Gabrielle. And it's like he's antsy to know what was said. Like, what did you find out from Gabby? Just my opinion, take on it. Hey, Florida.
But he was going to tell her to not message him, that he loved her, but not to message him.
Yeah. But did you also catch that both of them told the officers that they were done with each other?
No.
Missed that.
They were both like near the end of it. They were both trying to be like to the officer that each of them were talking to, like, no, yeah, this is, I'm definitely done after this or something like that. Both of them like allude to wanting to be done with it.
Yeah, the lady ranger that was there said that she had told Gabby that it was a toxic relationship.
But yet we don't see her body cam, so.
That makes me think, though, when you're in like a really bad relationship and you're fighting and breaking up all the time, you're always talking about like finally being done with each other. And I bet you they had been fighting a lot and kind of doing that, because that's just how it goes from experience.
Yeah. And then someone asked about the police report with. So there was like the witness statement, then there's that either the 911 call or they called non-emergency, whatever. Now, we'll get there after this, but I've heard that those are two separate people. Like there's two separate people who witnessed that and called it in, kind of thing. So we'll get
the
there.
one guy that has the written report, it says at the end that somebody else had called.
Yes, exactly. He saw it or whatever. I knew someone else had called also.
I think they just didn't correlate the calls. I think their wires got crossed. Yep. They named them in two different categories, and they weren't put together.
Yep, miscommunication. I mean, it happens, and it's just so sad that it happened right here. You know,
it happens all the time. In some cases, the outcome isn't detrimental or life-threatening, and then sometimes miscommunication is.
Yeah, for sure. All right, I'm going to play this. So if anyone's just coming in or left and came back, people were asking about what do we think about the van door? Did it close? And I know Teresa said you're not really sold on it. I'm not either. And remember in the lady who witnessed this as they were filming the footage, she said we had Florida plates and they had Florida plates. And we were going to stop and say hi. So, and then they said it looked pretty abandoned or whatever, like no one was there. So I don't know.
But it's so weird to think about if they had actually stopped, what they would have walked up upon, one, or two, what would have happened to them.
Oh my God, I know.
Yeah, could he have shot them? Or,
I don't know.
Allegedly, if he had a gun.
Crazy to think of if they had just made one different decision right there, everything would have changed.
Yeah.
Right.
I mean, he obviously doesn't want to get caught, so he could have done anything.
Desperate, for sure. I was just going to say, does anyone on panel or in chat know anything about ownership of a gun or a gun being in the van or anywhere around them?
There's like an old picture that people found of Gabby holding what looks like a gun. And then people have pulled up that he had purchased a gun at one point. I don't know if that gun went with them. I don't know all the details about that. So just take that as a grain of salt until somebody else with more confirmation comes through.
I had seen that also though, Teresa, just in Facebook groups that that Brian Laundrie did have a gun. But that's not confirmed, just had seen that in Facebook groups. Sorry, I'm trying to pull that back up. Okay, so we'll watch this. I'll unmute it. And like I said, all credit goes to this channel, and I will link him in the description when this is over.
Zooming, slow motion. It's just great. And if anybody wants to know technical details here, I'm using the Mad VR render. It's probably what it would normally look like if you're just watching it right here. See? You don't really see anything, especially if you're on a cell phone. You can't see anything. So let me fast forward a little bit. Right here is the point you start seeing the van. You can't, if you're on a cell phone, you're not gonna be able to see it. So I will zoom in right now. Zooming is a little bit choppy just because it's the Mad VR codec or the Mad VR render. So you can see right here in the direct center of the screen, that is the back of the van. You'll see it's it's black in the center right there. Now I'm going to slow it down and let it play just kind of slowly. You'll see as we round the corner, you'll still see a black line right in the center there. I'm trying to zoom in a little bit more. There, okay. There's a black sliver right in this back of that van. You would think it's a tree, right? Well, we'll see in a second here. So you're going to start seeing it close here in a second. Watch. It's going to start closing. Watch very carefully. Right in the center of the screen right now. There it goes. It's starting to close. Boom. Closed. Okay? Did you get that?
All right, so I'm going to pause it. Let's see if he does it one more time, and then we'll talk.
Rewind just one more time. Not as slow. You're going to see it and closed. Now, if you think it's a tree, I'll just let it play a little bit here, and you'll see that's not actually a tree. You'll see there's no tree in the center. There's a tree to the left and a couple trees to the right there. But that was definitely open, absolutely open. Now, that's really hard to see if you're just watching it like this. It's almost impossible. You basically have to zoom in. Now, about the sandals. All right, let me zoom in on the sandals so you can see them. Some people were asking about the sandals. And right at the back, you can see.
I do 100% believe that that's a flip-flop. So what do you think about the van, guys?
To me, it looks like the door closes. I watched this guy like over and over trying to get a good look at it. And I do recommend doing that. Like later watching it over and over, this guy, because that's where I see it the most in this video. And I also think those are either one of their sandals, but a pair of flip-flops.
Yeah. I think that the van closing is more clear than those sandals. But I definitely think they're sandals for sure. But I feel like I do see the door close.
Mm-hmm.
Which would kind of make sense. Like, what would they be doing there unless they were in the van? Or I don't know. If the flip-flops are right there, then did they take the flip-flops off before climbing in the back?
And that's something that Shane always did. And he liked to brag that he was always barefoot. So I'm always thinking, I'm willing to believe those are her flip-flops before they were his.
So you guys don't think there's a second pair of flip-flops on the bottom of that ladder and then the one that's on the ground?
I only see this one.
I only see one.
Something back here almost looks like a book with something on it, or like, I don't know, something that's different than the landscape.
Mm-hmm. I agree. Why, Teresa? What do you see?
I've just heard people saying both, that there's a pair of sandals on the bottom rung of that ladder, and then there's also the sandals that are right underneath it.
Yeah. I just see this one. And then I've heard people, someone just said gun on a book. I've seen that theory going around. So I don't know.
Yeah, I can see a gun on the book. So
yeah.
Oh yeah.
And does any of this really matter? Like, we know, unfortunately, Gabby was murdered. Brian Laundrie did it, in our opinion. But it's still interesting. Like this, she could have been alive right here.
Yeah, and it's not to say that she wasn't.
Right.
I've also seen it speculated that it's one of those, not a gun, but it's it's like binoculars. They have like a camera.
Yeah.
I've seen that speculated a lot. I obviously have no idea what it really is. I can just tell you what it resembles to me.
Yeah, and there's no way we'll ever be able to know. All speculation.
I was trying to find it. I'm still looking, but someone sent me a picture of that gun/book, and it was enhanced a little bit, and it really does look like a gun in that photo, but I'll try to find it and send it to you.
When the original posters of this video, the red, white, and buffoon, they posted another video going the other, or like the camera was pointed the other way, like it was his own personal camera, and you can see something in the front driver's seat. They were saying like it looks like a pillow, it looks like with pillow straps. To me, it looks like a duffel bag, like a white colored duffel bag with the straps, like the way that they kind of go over and pinch.
Yeah. Someone in chat saying Brian does own a gun, so Goodness gracious.
I think he was going to try to abandon the van at some point, and then he had to come back because he couldn't make it.
Yeah, I could see that. There are so many possibilities and theories. It's just so, we just need more answers, obviously.
What do you guys think they removed from the home?
Probably some clothing, maybe computers, smart TVs, maybe.
To get all the digital data off of it?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Do you want to go over the charges today with the card? That
Yeah.
It looked like it was 4 cards that he used of Gabby's on his way back from Wyoming to Florida. And
Yeah.
I say 4 cards because that's what it says on the paperwork. It says 4 different card ending numbers. So it says from on or about August 30th, 2021 through and including on or about September 1st, 2021 in the District of Wyoming and elsewhere, the defendant Brian Christopher Laundrie knowingly and with intent to defraud used one or more unauthorized access devices, namely a Capital One debit card ending in 8774 and a personal identification number for Capital One accounts ending 0525 and 8665. And by such, it was 3, not 4, I'm sorry. And by such conduct obtains things such a value of, and by such conduct obtained things of value aggregating to $1,000 or more during that period which affected interstate commerce.
Hmm.
And this is a grand jury indictment.
So it's looking like he used Gabby's card, basically.
3 of them because it's 3 different endings.
Wow.
Yeah.
Why do you think he switched them up?
He probably maxed them out.
Do you think it's 3 different? Is it 3 different Capital One cards then, or is it one Capital One card that's attached to other accounts that have that? Oh, Tristan.
I know. Sorry, I'm trying to add more.
So it says,
Yeah,
it says Capital One debit card ending in 8774 and a personal identification number for Capital One bank accounts ending in 0525 and 8665. So let's say 2 or 3, because it's saying 2 different accounts and then a card attached to one.
So my question is, if it's obviously being tracked because it's not cash, does this mean that he was out of his own money, or does this mean that he was hoping to say, see, she was still alive, her cards were still in use?
Right. Interesting. Yeah. Had to use.
I think that he took her card. I think he just was using her cards to have money to get home. Because I think that at the beginning he was going to go hitchhike, so he was going to pay people for rides. He was going to pay them $200 to take him to Jackson. I think that he was just going to try to get his way back home, and then he figured out that it was not going to work because all he had was whatever cash he had on him plus that, and then he went back to the truck or to the van and decided to drive home.
Yep.
Right.
And he used all the money he could get.
And then someone saying, how come Gabby had control of the money? Social media income should be shared. I doubt they made any money on their social media.
That's one thing I wanted to remember to say. One thing I wanted to remember to say right now is a lot of people are saying she's getting a lot of attention because she was a social media influencer and stuff like that. If you go to like my videos, when I recorded her TikTok and stuff, some of them only had like 5 likes. Like they had very little views.
She had like 1 YouTube video.
Yeah, she wasn't big at all.
Yeah, she wasn't big.
Right. Even her Instagram, they might have had like a few thousand followers, but you do not make money on Instagram.
And she was still building her website. If you went to her website right away, it was locked. So she wasn't, she wasn't even done building it. I'm not saying that she wouldn't be big. I think she could have been huge. She had a very nice aesthetic. So I'm just saying, but now we need to, stick with the facts that she wasn't a big influencer yet. And if she captured our hearts and our attention, it was because of her, not because she had a status.
Yeah.
I'm glad you said that.
And yeah,
I think we like the mystery. We like the intrigue. Yeah. This has got twists and turns. I mean, as like true crime, people on social media, the cut and dry ones are very sad, and they're extremely unfortunate, and we want to cover the stories, but it's this got this weird family who's protecting this kid. He's already been home since the first, but yet she never came back. Nobody knows where she is now. He gets a lawyer right away. I mean, those are all like, if you're looking for like a case that social media is going to cover, like that kind of just checked all the boxes.
Mm-hmm. She definitely didn't have an Instagram yet where she was somebody saying that she could have been big on Instagram or made money, but she wasn't advertising anything yet. That's how you make money.
Yeah,
and
I mean, you
for
can
TikTok,
make money.
she didn't even have the followers yet to be able to get into the TikTok club, their member club or whatever.
There was no sponsorships.
The creator club, I'm sorry.
Well, here's the thing. We know that Gabby worked. She said she was a nutritionist. There's the video where she was working at, I think this shop was Noel. It's like a juice or something. She worked. We know that. We don't know. I know maybe one of them had worked at Publix. I don't know. And then Gabby's parents said that they would give them some money. So that's how they were funding it.
One thing I want to point out is one thing I want to point out that stuck out to me really fast is when she's doing the video with the granola, she calls it his granola. She said, I got to steal some of his granola. And he's kind of watching her, but that's just ominous now that we know. But even so, if you're living with me in a van, like that's like 20 by 20, like 20 square feet, that's my granola.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's my
right.
granola. But no, in my opinion, I don't think she was making any money off of YouTube yet. You have to have a certain number of watch hours and a certain number of subscribers.
Right.
And
that
she
was
just wasn't there yet.
Yeah, the whole point of the trip and all that was to build it.
Yeah, exactly.
She did have great content already just to like, kick it off.
Mm-hmm.
If she had been given, did not have her freaking life taken from her by an asshole.
Damn, Kelly, you tell him. I was trying to like watch my mouth and stuff, but now I know I can let loose here.
Yeah, no,
always.
It's always so funny. It's I just have this is a total side note, but it's always so cute when you cuss, Kelly, because your voice is just so cute, and then it's like that's not what you expect to come out of you.
Can we talk about the engagement?
Sure.
So they say that they were engaged in the body cam, but her mom was super insistent to say that they weren't engaged in the first few conference, I was going to call it parent-teacher conference. In the first press conferences, she was adamant to not call them fiance. And then after we saw the body cam, somebody told her, well, we heard them say that they were engaged. She didn't say anything in reply. And I'm thinking she may know something that happened in between then that they probably called it off then. And I know for a fact that Brian had aspirations to marry her. And it could very well be that he's upset because she called off the engagement.
See, I think that she told her mom about that fight. She calls her mom from the, during August 12th, incident. And there was probably already some bad blood there from their relationship as it was. And she's like, tells her, yeah, everything is off. And then she doesn't tell mom that everything's back on.
Right. And it kind of just seems like, I just wonder, were they kind of fiance, boyfriend, and girlfriend, like interchangeable? We know her parents said that they weren't 100, on a fast track to marriage or anything. But I do wonder how many times Gabby possibly, threatened to leave him or let him know she was unhappy, things like that.
Yeah, I mean, all it would take was her to say one time, like, I don't even know if I could ever marry you, for him to just freak, you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
But I do remember her father saying, like you said, that they weren't really like setting a date, and that they realized that they were just gonna, take their time with it.
Her dad kind of sort of said he didn't like Brian. He said that he never called Brian by his name. He called him Brianne.
Yeah. And then stop spreading information. We're spreading. We're just talking. So, yeah. Yeah, I never said he owned a juicer store. I said I think that Gabby worked at some type of store that sold like health foods and juices. I never said that she worked for Brian's dad, who owns a juicer store. No, the family that I know, like, they service juicers.
Don't worry about the trolls, Kelly.
I know. I'm just like,
well, somebody in the chat was talking about the photo that was up about that looks like Brian. It was one of the, like, everybody's like, where's Brian? So there's tons of images that are coming out. We had talked about that one prior because of the date and the location. It didn't make sense because it was like the 28th and it was in Georgia. But it's actually one of the ones that looks, in my opinion, the most similar to him, but it does not match up with the timeline whatsoever.
Mm-hmm.
And
what's that?
Okay, so we'd have to go back to the lady Miranda Baker who said that she picked him up hitchhiking alone. Remember?
Yep.
Okay, let me pull this up just from my photos, and I can zoom in a little better.
I also think that one looks the most like him of any of them.
There are so many witnesses, and if at least, let's say, 4 out of 5 were right and they weren't lying, social media actually came through, and I'm thankful.
Yeah. And they came through with where, ultimately Gabby was found. Okay, so this is, I know when I share pictures, they get blurry, but this was,
I mean, either way, this police department is still looking for this dude. So,
wait, what were they looking for him for? Wasn't it some kind of credit card?
Okay, so I'm going to read it since it's blurry. It says, the Pooler Police Department is trying to identify the individual pictured above regarding a financial transaction card fraud at Shell gas station 196 Pooler Parkway on 8/28/2021. Please contact Detective Dixon with information. So this was in Pooler, Georgia on August 28th. But if this is Brian, and yeah, they're using they're committing card fraud, it says. But if this is Brian, then the lady Miranda who claimed that she picked Brian up and the whole Jackson Hole situation on August 29th can't be correct. He could not be in Georgia and then back in Wyoming a day later.
Right, unless he flew, but we don't know.
Well, the police have verified the woman who I know that one's been verified at least somewhere about that one sighting. Have any of them been verified by the FBI or anything?
These sightings?
No, they haven't come out and said, yes, this is definitely him, but they've, like Amanda shared that scanner and stuff like that. There has just been people who think that they see him.
I think everybody that's bald and skinny and white just needs to stay home until we find Brian, okay?
Yeah.
Kelly, can you remove that comment from the screen?
Yes. And I'm also going to remove this overlay. There we go. And again, sorry, it's blurry. I can't help it.
I mean, it's a CCTV footage, so I'm sure that's why. But Brian is 23 years old. He's 5'8", 160 pounds around. I feel like he's probably less than that now if he's on the run, but who knows? Brown eyes, short, as we see, receding hairline, brown hair, and trimmed facial hair, which is possibly grown out by now. And then last seen wearing a hiking bag. So if this one says last seen, and this is a missing person report that I'm reading, or not the report, but just a flyer, I'm wondering if that one picture of somebody wearing a backpack was him that they're saying.
Right. And I mean, like Teresa said, regardless if this is Brian Laundrie or not, as far as we know, police are still looking for this person who committed card fraud at this gas station. So if you know this guy in Georgia,
we're helping all kinds of departments out.
Let's talk about the verified sighting that we found out yesterday from the Mexican restaurant.
Okay, yeah.
Oh yeah.
Have you guys heard about that one at the Three
Mary Piglet Cafe?
Yeah.
This was on August 27th. So just stick that, the 27th sticks out a lot.
Agree.
So she was saying that that she went to the bathroom, and when she came back that they were kind of like making a ruckus, and that it seemed like Gabby was hysterically crying. They went outside. She didn't know if they were getting kicked out or if they left voluntarily but were arguing, and that he kept coming back in and yelling at the hostess. And then Fox News said that it was about the bill.
Okay. And that's kind of what the lady, the woman said on her Instagram, that it seemed like it was just something over money or the bill. So the fact that Fox News has verified it is interesting.
Yeah, and it just plays into another, like, Brian is cheap.
Yeah.
Yeah, he is. I heard that, this is a rumor, but I heard that he didn't like what she spent her money on and that it bothered him a lot, and that he had a big problem with her little Polaroids that she would buy.
Interesting.
And they are expensive, but I love them.
Somebody asked in chat if Brian has any tattoos.
He has several.
On his hands.
And he has one on his ankle. It's really janky.
Okay.
I think somebody in chat might have missed the 911 call where the witness actually says that Brian is hitting her. So I just want to throw that out there.
We can listen to that right now. Hang on, let me make sure I shared my audio.
So one thing I wanted to say is she did stay at the hotel for several days. They verified that. And there is a rumor that he went to Florida the 17th through the 23rd. Yes. So that's unverified, but I believe it.
Yeah, that's a whole nother topic. The rumor that he was seen clearing out the storage unit, and yeah, between the 17th and the 23rd, it's like we have not gotten 100% verification if that is true or not.
And I mean, she did ask her dad for Uber Eats pizza on the 21st. I don't think she would have done that if Brian was there.
Yeah, interesting. Yeah, he probably wouldn't have liked that. All right, so I'm going to play, or what were you going to say, Amber?
I just think that it's possible she was by herself when she ordered that pizza too.
Yeah. All right, so I'm going to play this.
Hi, can you hear me, sir? Yeah, I can hear you. Hi, I'm calling. I'm right on the corner of Main Street by Moonflower, and we're driving by, and I'd like to report a domestic dispute. Florida with the white van, Florida license plate, white van, gentleman. Where's it at? 5-6 years. They just drove off. They're going down Main Street. They made a right onto Main Street from Moonflower. Or what were they doing? But what do you say? What were they doing? We drove by and the gentleman was slapping the girl. He was slapping her? Yes, and then we stopped. They ran up and down the sidewalk. He proceeded to hit her, hopped in the car, and they drove off.
So, what do you make of that?
Well, how did the police not, like, who failed here, dispatch or police? Because they didn't seem to know about this, or they didn't mention it.
Well, and then there's also, I can play this. There were two different people. So then there's also this one, and it's a little bit different. This is me reading the witness statement.
At approximately 4:30 p.m., I arrived at Moonflower.
While standing on the south side of the street, I observed a man and woman appear to have some sort of dispute. They were talking aggressively at each other and something seemed off. At one point, they were sort of fighting over a phone. I think the male took the female's phone. It appeared that he didn't want her in the white van, and he got into the driver's side and she followed him. At one point, she was punching him in the arm and trying to get into the van. She eventually climbed in over him and over the passenger seat. I heard her say, quote, "Why do you have to be so mean?" end quote. I wasn't sure how serious this was. It was hard to tell if they were sort of play fighting, but from my point of view, something definitely didn't seem right. It was as if the guy was trying to leave her and... Is this playing for you guys or no?
I hear it.
Okay. Maybe take her phone. Not sure, but wanted to help out. I noticed another person had called this in, and as I left the store, I noticed a police officer and gave him my contact info. Okay, so it seems that, in my opinion, those are two different people, right?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, I do too. And like you were saying, Allie, I just feel like there was some miscommunication going on.
Yeah, I do too. I was trying to answer, but I couldn't get the mic to come back on. But I think it's two different people too. And I would love, I don't know, I just hate that they missed that, because she, like an abused person usually would, was taking the blame for everything, and he, I don't know, it just, and that's why you even still, like, you're getting comments in this chat, and I've gotten on my videos, oh, well, she was the abuser, and and I just hate that. It sucks.
Mm-hmm. And this is
Let's be clear, their relationship was toxic and they should not have been together. But at that moment in time, he was the aggressor and she was the victim.
Yeah.
If anybody in chat doesn't agree with that, I really don't care, because that's exactly what the situation was. And you probably need to look at a little bit more of narcissistic behavior and domestic violence to be able to see that she's actually a victim. There was not even a question in my mind in the body cam that she was the victim. So, I mean, you can come in and troll. You can make comments on any video that I'm ever in. I could care less, because I know that she was the victim, the abuser.
Yeah.
And like Autumn was saying, he said that she grabbed the wheel, and then when they asked her, she said no.
Right. So he's painting her to be crazier to the cops than what it was actually going on. And
especially because he sped up instead of slowing down when there's a cop behind him. That seems like something an aggressive person does. Like, there's a cop behind us, we're fighting, and instead of slowing down, you speed up.
Yeah.
I do feel she would have admitted if she would have done that, because she admitted the other things that, she did.
Yeah.
And even though this failed a little bit with the miscommunication, I still think that it's so important for if you see something and you think to yourself, like, should I intervene? Should I say something? Like, that guy or that person is being really aggressive to that other person, or should I mind my own business? Like, this is, even though this was an outcome that, shouldn't have happened, I feel that it's still important, call something in. Like, these people did the right thing by calling in, and it unfortunately it didn't end well, like in the grand scheme of things, but you never know, whatever you call in could actually save somebody's life.
Someone is saying right now she's deceased, so obviously he was the abuser.
Yeah. And I just saw some people in chat were saying, well, the note, now this was written by Gabby's uncle. The note said he flew to Florida. All the note says is Brian went to Florida 8/17 to 8/23. The uncle did not write Brian flew to Florida. So
he could have taken the van.
Is up in the air. I don't think he could have taken the van, but I don't know.
Because she was in a hotel.
Yeah. That'd be so much gas. Like, he would have had to stop. That'd be a lot of wear and tear. I don't know.
Yeah. It makes you wonder.
It does.
It makes you wonder a lot.
Yeah, I think all of us are just kind of waiting on that official confirmation. Did he fly back to Florida And why? If so, like, what exactly went on with that?
Can we talk a little bit about, we've followed other cases where immediately there's like a large amount of trolls. And I say that kindly. I don't just mean people that disagree with us. I just mean spamming that this person is innocent and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
I tend to think that when they come out of nowhere, they're coming from somewhere. What do you guys think about that?
Yeah. I mean, it just makes you wonder, like, why it happens. What is the motive behind it?
Yeah. What motivates somebody to make an account? And then
Like with Adam Fucci, we were able to directly link it to his friends. And I mean, it's obvious that they're still trolling. They do really vicious things. It's definitely always somebody that has feelings behind it. And I think that I definitely think that they're coming from somewhere.
Well, just like that video Amber just did about the Instagram. I mean, I know we don't know that for sure. If his mom was doing that, then they will find out, because they're going to be looking at all of their phone records and stuff. Yeah. So, but my God, if that was her, that is just, I don't know.
Yeah, it's crazy.
If anything, I think it was him, but that's just me thinking that he's just the absolute scum of the earth.
It could definitely be him, because he knows his mother's the thing is, the mother's phone number was like connected.
Yeah. But what if he's using his mom's phone?
Right, exactly. He could just be like, I need your phone.
And it makes me think that, he's behind. Did you hear, like, their Yelp page? They had to the family had to ask them to take Gabby's picture off of their Yelp page. I don't think the parents would have done that.
Yeah.
That's just my
The
opinion.
other thing, though, about the Instagram is, after that TikTok went viral, and after, like, I made the video on the TikTok about the mom's number being linked to the fake Gabby Instagram, that person stopped following Brian. They're the only person they followed. So overnight, after it went viral, and this is after Brian's been on the run.
Wow. So she linked it by the last two numbers of the mom's phone number, right? Match up with the last two numbers of the account through the email.
You know, when you do like double step process for Gmail, and it'll say send a text message or whatever.
Yeah.
So that's how she had seen that, because it was all like the star asterisks for most of the number, and then like the last two were like the real number showing.
It's crazy.
She's smart, in the end, you have to think it could have just been a troll using a number that ended like theirs just to get all this riled up.
You just never know.
Right. They'll have access to all their devices. They'll know every move that they made.
Yep.
But if it was a troll, then like, why bother unfollowing Brian after it went viral?
Yeah.
And also, wouldn't the troll want to be able to get in the account? Like, if they, you know what I mean? Wouldn't they use a number they had access to?
Yeah.
And Teresa, I was telling, I think it was Amber and Kelly, this is about to get crazy with the amount of documents that are going to be released because of the Sunshine Law. And we know that because of Kaylee Anthony, it was just like loads and loads and loads and dumps of information. And if you guys think that it's oversaturated now, just wait. Because of Adam Walsh, who is John Walsh's son, who was murdered in Florida, they passed a law where it's the Freedom of Information Act to 100 there. Everything is released, including like jail calls, everything. So if he goes to jail in Florida, we'll hear his jail calls, all of them.
Yeah, the only tricky part about that right now is that the charges are out of Wyoming.
That's interesting. How does that work with the jurisdiction? Do you know?
Well, she was killed in Wyoming. That's where he would be tried for any type of homicide, I would assume. I highly doubt that they're gonna request that he has a trial in Florida.
For the cards thing, it says Florida.
The stuff that he's doing right now, because there's so many states involved, it's going to get very tricky. But the stuff that he's doing right now, and the stuff that has to do with this quote unquote manhunt, could definitely be released. But see, Florida, with the Sunshine Law, basically, if it doesn't interfere with the trial, they'll put it out. So right now, they don't put it out because it could interfere with an investigation. But as soon as the investigation is done and before the trial, as long as it doesn't interfere with the trial, you'll get all the info. You'll get everything. Anything that happens in Florida, they'll say, here you go. You can have it all. What do you guys think about the correlation, though, between his parents being compared to Casey Anthony's parents?
Yeah. They're saying in the charges that the car charges were in Florida too, so I think they're trying to pin it to Florida for a reason as well. I mean, aside from the fact that he probably used the cars in Florida to get home.
Well, they said Wyoming and elsewhere from the 30th to the 1st. So you have the 30th, the 31st, and the 1st. He's traveling back home. We know he gets home at 10 a.m. something. He enters Northport. Mm-hmm. So, I mean, he uses this in Wyoming and elsewhere. So those charges, the arrest warrant that's put out today is so that anybody who comes across him, any type of law enforcement, anything like that, that's so that they can place him under arrest immediately.
No, you're right. Yeah, you're right.
So being a person of interest doesn't do it. So they needed something to be able to put in the system so that they will arrest him immediately and can bring him back.
Now, somebody's asking right here if whose name the car was under. Now, this entire time, I would have believed that it was under Brian's, but because the car was impounded, I believe because it's in a police impound, to get it out, it has to be under your name, doesn't it?
Well, there's something up with the van. You're talking about the van?
No, his Mustang, because his Mustang's back at home.
Oh, I think the Mustang, is under his. I haven't pulled it up, but I think it's under him and his dad, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, because they have it home. So if you take up there,
it's in his mom's name.
Yeah, I doubt he has a credit report substantial enough to fund a Mustang. So it's probably his mom's name.
People keep asking where they had money, and I don't know why unemployment is being taken off the table. They could have been getting unemployment with the COVID money on top, and they could have been doing fine up until September when it was taken back.
Well, especially if they were, I mean, and that makes sense to kind of travel and do all that while you were in unemployment. The timing was good for them to kind of go off and start the vlog.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, people are saying the Mustang was in mom's name. Mm-hmm.
Did this guy own anything?
I don't know.
We did find out that the parents own quite a few properties.
Yeah.
Right.
But Teresa, comparing these parents to Casey Anthony's, I feel Casey Anthony's were way more cooperative.
I agree. I think that they were. I don't like the comparison. I actually think that Cindy and George were much more forthcoming. Besides with the irate media frenzy that was in front of their house.
What about the toothbrush?
People won't like this. So I actually compare Brian's parents to what I think that Chris Watts' parents would have done if Chris Watts was in North Carolina.
Yeah.
That's what I think.
Yeah.
I think of Casey Anthony's mom as hindering the investigation because when they asked her for sample pieces to help find Kaylee, she said she purposely gave them a brush that she knew they had both used and a toothbrush that she knew Kaylee hadn't used in a long time.
Why?
Weirdo.
Here's the thing is there would have been no investigation if it wasn't for Cindy Anthony.
Right. But I think she called the cops on accident. She was just trying to get Casey in trouble. I don't think she knew the gravity of the situation at that point.
Yeah, I think she definitely didn't know the gravity of the situation when she.
I don't think she would have called the cops on her daughter if she knew how much it would have tainted her family.
Crazy.
But it is true. She did say that.
I just looked for an update and they're just still looking. I don't know if are they going to go back to the reserve tomorrow? Does anyone know?
I'm not sure.
They were looking overnight. I don't know if you guys heard that they had the infrared helicopters overnight.
Oh, it says Governor DeSantis made a statement 27 minutes ago.
Oh, wow. Let's see if we can find that. And then someone was asking about the dates that they stated Brian used the card. It says the FBI says between August 30th and September 1st, Laundrie used a debit card and PIN to access 2 bank accounts. The FBI is pulling by any means necessary. So is pulling a by any means necessary card that they have made Brian Laundrie a fugitive. So
I just sent it to you on Facebook.
okay. Awesome. I'll play this. This is just a very crazy and sad case. Okay, yeah, they're saying the search is continuing tomorrow.
Okay, thanks for the update, chat.
Yes.
Do you know the best place in your house to potentially save money? No, Governor Ron does.
Okay, let me share my screen.
And you still have a comment on the screen as well.
Okay, thank you. Well, we don't know for sure that they have him on surveillance that I've seen. The surveillance that we were showing was somebody who is wanted in Georgia on August 28th. So that rules that out then as being Brian. But no, to our knowledge, they haven't released any solid 100% like Brian Laundrie used the credit card here and here he is on surveillance yet anyways. Okay, so let me play this. Here it is.
Spoken with the family of Gabby Petito, he is committed to ensuring there is justice in this heartbreaking case.
The governor's comments coming after 6 days of searching for Brian. 8 on your side, investigator Masa Saidi live outside the Hillsborough Department of Health, where the governor had a news conference late today. Masa.
Keith and Stacy, this news conference was about monoclonal antibodies. The feds say due to an increase in demand, they have taken over distribution of Regeneron.
All right, so is that it? Just that little. Here we go. We don't want to hear about antibodies.
It is gripping the country tonight. Day 6 of the manhunt, and still no sign of the sole person of interest in Gabby Petito's homicide. 16 agencies in this FBI-led investigation scouring a swamp for Brian Laundrie. At the request of the Northport Police Department, this week, Governor Ron DeSantis dispatched Florida Fish and Wildlife officials to assist the search. Police tell me that on the ground today, there are 75 law enforcement officials searching for Brian Laundrie. At a news conference about monoclonal antibodies in Tampa, we asked Governor DeSantis about resources and...
I don't know why it's playing over it like that. Let's see.
Been done. Do you support a review of how police handled this case?
So I was able to get a briefing from some of the folks involved in it today. They thanked the state of Florida for providing what they said was incredible support to the search effort, and that support has been across multiple state agencies. And I sent the message that we're here to help. We want to do more. If there's anything more we can do to make an impact, we want to do it. We need justice in this case. This is somebody who, this beautiful young girl, and to just see her murdered like that, and we need answers 100%. So we've been engaged in it across multiple agencies.
DeSantis says he's directed all state agencies to continue to assist local and federal officials, and he's prepared to do more. And it was striking to me. You heard Governor DeSantis refer to this case as a murder case. Now, we want to be clear. According to the Teton County coroner, the manner of death is homicide, but there has been no cause of death. I understand we had that breaking news about a search warrant at the top, so I don't know if that changes anything. We haven't read that search warrant yet. That news was just breaking. But as of right now, officials have not called this murder. Reporting live in Tampa, Masa Saidi, 8 on.
So
Well, that's
What
good.
date is that? What date is that from?
Today.
That's interesting because it is they say it's homicide.
Yeah, wow.
That's today.
Yeah, it was 27 minutes ago. It said, what is the difference in describing it as homicide versus murder?
I don't know.
I don't know.
One is with intent and one can be accidental, but it still caused a death.
Interesting.
That makes sense. At first, I thought for sure he wouldn't face the police, face Gabby's family, and he would take his own life. But the longer that it goes,
Shoot, I thought I got kicked out for a minute. I couldn't find my way back. So they haven't. There's cause of death and manner of death. So typically, you have accidental death due to drowning. You know what I mean? So you have cause of death and manner of death. Homicide it is a general term because if somebody's dead, it is a homicide. But now you're talking about like the type of homicide. So is it like, I'm trying to think of the right words to use, but you're going to look it up. There you go. That works much better than my coming up with words in my head that I don't remember.
Yeah, this is interesting.
The homicide with intent.
That's
so
what I said.
You're looking at they're all homicide. Now, what caused it?
Yeah, we don't know yet.
But we do know that even if we don't know what caused it, the fact is if they found something like a bullet hole, a stab wound, her wrapped in something, when they know that she didn't do it to herself, they know it's murder.
Yeah.
Homicide.
And that's why I know I was very relieved to hear this initial report saying, yes, this was a homicide. I was just hoping that, too much time hadn't gone by or animal activity, as morbid as that is, would lead them not to realize this was a homicide or whatever,
So do you think that the governor accidentally slipped by saying murder?
I don't know.
Yes, I think so.
More?
And then I just wanted to go. Okay, so someone said, I wonder how the camper trip matches up to his flight visit for 4 days. So the flight visit for 4 days was allegedly August 17th through August 23rd. The camper trip happened after September 1st when neighbors saw the van back in the driveway. So they don't match up. And again, we don't really know 100% the details of Brian returning August 17th to the 23rd. We're still waiting on that to be ironed out.
I really do think he went back.
I do too. I just want to know more.
I agree.
How long will it take before we get the cause of death?
I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
I think we got the manner of death very quickly.
Depending on how it was, they could say sooner rather than later if it was like gunshot or like stab wounds, but I don't know if they're going to release all that before they even have him in custody,
Sometimes they won't because they want him to not know exactly what it was that they found, so he can't deny certain things.
Exactly.
Agree with that. Yeah. But I just hope he's found alive.
I think he will be.
Yeah.
I think he's alive. I think the fact that he was stealing her money to get back home meant he had purpose in life.
Mm-hmm.
I can't believe he was stealing her money. Sorry.
It's okay. If he wasn't, wouldn't it be way easier to find him? That's what I was thinking. Like the longer and longer it takes, the less likely, because it can only go so far on foot, and
So people have asked before if they didn't ask right now, but I remembered after saying that they're asking, "Are you sure it's her cards he stole? Who else's cards would he have stolen?"
Right. But yeah, technically, no, they have not said he used Gabby Petito's cards or account. But
But I think the fact that he left her behind and that now they're saying he stole money from somebody's account,
Yeah,
basically
you
to get
put two
home.
and two together.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
So I think Teresa's having audio issues.
Can you guys hear me now or no?
We
Oh.
can.
Okay, thank goodness.
So, I mean, do you guys have anything else to add, or do you want to? I feel like we've said a lot. It's just been like I said, that's kind of how we do it over here, is just discuss and let it fly and see where
There
it
was
goes.
one more thing somebody asked you to pull up. Oh, I think you did read it. The police report from Utah.
Yes, that the police report.
I think you played it, didn't you?
That was the witness statement.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Let's see. Hi, Carol. Yeah, I can play. That's a little long, but I could. Let me see how long it is. I can just link it and you guys can watch it. But there's the 911 call, there's a witness statement, and then the body cam and the police report, all from that day. So it's 20 minutes. So I'll just link this police report. After fate. Yeah, so there's that. Yeah, the 3-day trip. Okay, yeah. So the 3-day trip, the uncle did say in his note he went back to Florida the 17th through the 23rd. Now, the 3-day trip was from the neighbors saying, he had seen them go home, working in the driveway, this and that, and then, loaded up that camper and went on their little trip for 3 days.
Yeah. What do you guys think? Because the neighbor, it's the Guthries. They say that they saw the motorhome thing, not the motorhome, but the little camper, the attached camper, was a relatively new purchase, and that they saw them leave about a week or a week and a half after he got back. Well, he got back on the 1st. A week and a half after they got back is actually the weekend she's reported missing.
Mm-hmm.
So how does that make sense to you guys?
What day of the week was the 11th?
It was Saturday. It was my birthday.
Yeah.
Happy birthday. Your birthday's September 11th?
It is, yes.
So that's the weekend of the camping trip, right? It's they went camping when she was reported missing.
Do we know that?
That's what I've seen, but I don't know for sure. But I know that's what I've seen.
I find that whole timeline is very strange to me.
Yeah,
it is.
So the neighbors were saying that they weren't too familiar with the family, and then the dad has that big old truck and that camper's there. I had safely assumed that the parents were probably snowbirds, which means that they go south in the winter and go north in the summer just to stay hot and cool and stay warm and cool. I think that if they really weren't familiar with them, they could have easily mistaken that for a time they came to visit. And let's just say maybe they weren't always there. Like maybe they showed up to meet Brian.
I know you're talking like within the last week. You know what I mean? Like that doesn't make a lot of sense. If you're thinking of it like that, that would be like months ago.
No, I'm saying, what if they just didn't? They never. What if they never really noticed the trailer there, so they thought it was new when they brought it for this trip that's happening?
Yeah, so even if it's not new, this trip still doesn't make any sense. The timing of the trip doesn't make any sense unless it's right after he got back.
So do you think the trip didn't happen?
Sighting of him being at this house.
You don't think the trip happened?
The camping trip happened after neighbors saw him mowing the lawn and going for a walk with the family. And then apparently they went on this camping trip, and then nobody has said that they've seen him since. And then the parents waited and said, oh yeah, we haven't seen him since Tuesday. But Tuesday, they must have been camping before that Tuesday then.
Yeah, it was definitely before Tuesday the 14th. When he was
the Mustang was gone Tuesday already.
Right.
So there was no Mustang there. So when they say they last saw him Tuesday, he was leaving in the Mustang to go. There was no Mustang for him to leave in.
Somebody could have easily moved it for him.
See, yeah, they say a week or a week and a half after he got back. So you're looking at, he gets back the 1st, a week is going to be the 7th, 8th, a week and a half is going to be the 11th, 12th. So it would be September 10th, 11th, 12th. It would be that weekend, which happens to be the weekend that the dad is trying to get a hold of them, you know, on the 10th. And there's the incident with he says he didn't actually go there, but there was something filed about the whole thing. And then you have the 11th, which is when she's actually reported missing. So while she's being reported missing and the cops show up to the house to see if she's there, they hand the cops the attorney's information. We don't know if they ever even saw him there.
Right.
Yeah, I feel like all that needs to be ironed out more so than it is right now, for sure.
I think that there's something weird about Mustang, and I think there's something weird about the 3-day trip, and I think that there's more to it than that happened prior to that, because they're trying to say he left Tuesday, but yet the Mustang was never even there Tuesday. And if he had walked from the front door to the Mustang at any point from Tuesday after, news cameras would have caught him.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's why they're saying that the Mustang was, and this again, speculation, rumor, allegedly, that somebody put the Mustang at the reserve, obviously before they reported him missing, to kind of make it seem like that's where he had gone. But it wasn't Brian that brought it there.
I agree.
So what do you guys think of the person spotted leaving the home at like 4:30 on Friday, right before like everything really set off? You know what I'm talking about? The guy with the earbuds?
I don't think that was him.
Mm-mm.
I don't think it was him either. I never really did. Did you, Ellie?
I wondered, but his clothes look a little too baggy and stuff. Like I didn't think it looked like him all the way. A little bit, you know, but no. Like I also think that the one that actually looks the most like him is the one that probably isn't him, that Georgia one. The others, I think there's all things about him that make me like, I don't know.
Yeah, so I mean, yeah, they're saying photo documentation, Mustang
That's
gone
right.
Tuesday, back Wednesday.
Right. So the whole timeline of the parents saying that he left Tuesday with the Mustang and they went and picked it up Friday and then reported him missing doesn't make any sense.
Right.
Because the Mustang was already back. The Mustang had been back. They were at the house Tuesday morning, right? The reporter showed up at the house Tuesday morning and the Mustang was already gone.
Right.
I actually think that there was actual, I think they started camping out Tuesday morning, but I think there was reporters there Monday. I'd have to go back and look at the pictures, but I think there was reporters there Monday and there was no Mustang Monday. But I'll have to double check that.
Yeah, in my opinion, I don't think he made it back. I wonder if they loaded him up and took him somewhere and then they set up the whole Mustang thing.
And like the neighbor said, the fact that they had that small little camper, I mean, it was enough for just the mom and the dad. Why the heck are they taking their 23-year-old son with them?
Yeah.
With that.
And the fact that they got a lawyer means they were hiding something. They did something that they didn't want to get in trouble for.
Yeah. I agree.
Okay, so Chad's trying to say like that he left early Tuesday morning in the Mustang. So he leaves early Tuesday morning. There's no reporters out front, so he can walk out the front door, gets in the Mustang, and drives away to go to this reserve. The parents said that they went to go look at the car was still there, and then they went back to pick it up because of the note that was on it. Am I correct in that?
Yes, about that's what I've heard, but I don't think some of that is verified, like about the notes and stuff. I'd like to see that from the police.
That's what they're saying.
Yeah.
Yeah, that all was very unclear to me. So
they pick up the car Wednesday, and they don't report him missing until Friday.
Right.
But I think they had, didn't they first say that when they first went to go get the car, they left it there, and then was that Tuesday? They went to go look for him on Tuesday
Well,
too?
he just left Tuesday morning. Why'd they go Tuesday afternoon to go look for him? That's what I'm not understanding with this timeline.
What I think it was Wednesday night they saw the car there and they went back to get it Thursday morning.
That's what I had thought. But their stories are so inconsistent, even though they haven't said much.
Plus, rumors are really bad with this case. Bad.
Yeah. And yeah, the family, if you believe the family, that's correct. They did say he left Tuesday morning, but I don't trust them at all.
So C-Dub says they pick up the car Thursday, but the reporters have the Mustang in the driveway on Wednesday. So the parents are saying they picked it up Thursday, which is what I thought they said. But once again, it still doesn't make any sense. There's something shady with the Mustang.
It does not make sense.
What about the cops saying that they knew where he was?
That's unfortunate.
Yeah.
Yeah, they just made themselves look stupid when the very next day they have no idea where he's at.
And I hate that happened, but at the same time, were they lying to the public at that point? I don't know.
You think they really thought he was in the house still?
I don't know. Like they must. So they must have known that they misplaced him, but they didn't want the public to know.
Let's just keep letting the mob yell at the house while we don't know where he is.
I'm sorry. I don't mean to laugh.
Like September 16th, we know where Brian is. September 17th, Brian is missing and nobody's seen him.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh my
Brian
God,
is now
are you
missing.
freaking kidding me?
Yeah, it seems like the majority of chat doesn't trust the parents either.
No, it is all unreal, Nikki. Absolutely.
And especially because you have this whole thing where we do want to protect our Fifth Amendment right here in America. And we know there's a bunch of people overseas that are like, what is going on? And we're like, look, we can't just pull it back for this one guy that just decided to use his Fifth Amendment right and is hiding. But we get it. It looks real bad. And we wish there was something we could do to like take away his right. But as of right now, if he is out and about eating pizza, renting movies, he is innocent until proven guilty, and he can. Like Barry Morphew.
Yeah.
Right.
C-Dub, I totally agree. I bet that phone was still at the parents' house and it was pinging there, and that's why they're like, oh yeah, we know where he's at because we have the location from his phone. It's like,
oh yeah,
freaking don't.
Mm-hmm. He's like, yeah, all I'll say is I know where he's at.
So then the other thing is the fact that they've gone through the Mustang, they've gone through the van, and I mean, up until a couple hours ago, he was just a person of interest in this. So does that mean that they found nothing of evidentiary value in the van, in the Mustang, and then, I mean, nothing that links those items to a crime?
No, that's not. They could have already. They will collect it and then give it back. Like I had heard reports, and this was on the news, that they had found material of interest in the van, and then they gave it back. I'm guessing they still do that. They just, I don't know. They will take evidence and then give it back. But I don't think there's anything from the direct crime scene in the Mustang. I think that's why they were willing to give that back. And obviously the van, they gave it back. So possibly there isn't anything in there, but at the same time, they do give back evidence once they do search it.
And I agree. And that even there's some ex-law enforcement, et cetera, who have said they're, Fifth Amendment right, got that. They can't physically pull him in, put him in the back of a cop car and bring him in for questioning. No. But they have stated, in their opinion, they should have had better surveillance on him from the moment Gabby was reported missing September 11th.
As far as the evidence,
gone by then.
Oh, sorry, Kelly.
Oh, you're fine. I was just saying, yeah, he could have been gone by then. That was it.
Yeah, I agree. Now the evidence they gave back, I know that like they will take and make hard copies to where you can tell if anything's been changed and stuff, but they have their own copy. So I don't know. They gave it back pretty fast to do that, but it's possible.
And people are saying it's there's no extradition laws in Cuba. I'm not positive about the laws in Cuba, but I do know that if you go to Key West, you can see Cuba from the tip of Key West. It's only like 88 miles.
Wow. Yeah, I think the zodiac signs are interesting. That he's a Scorpio. But
what about the August thing?
August. I'm not sure.
That a lot of family annihilators and family killers are in August.
Yeah. Interesting.
Watts, Coleman, this one, the one that just happened. I mean, Coleman. But what was the one that was like Watts? I think that was also Coleman as well, right? The Chris.
Yeah. There was Chris Coleman, and he had 2 boys, right?
Donald or something.
Isn't the recent one Coleman as well? The guy that went to Mexico with his 2 kids?
Matthew Coleman, I think.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, that's terrible.
It's just like this weird August connection.
But yeah, this guy allegedly was walking on the street behind the Laundrie house. I think Gabby, what is she, Pisces?
Poor guy. he was just trying to get his walk in.
Yeah, he's like, gosh, I'm bold.
Can't even get a beer.
Yeah.
But doesn't his shirt look like stretched out? Like he looks a little disheveled in a way. You know what I mean? I don't know. I just don't think it looks like.
Yeah, I don't think it's him.
I'm not sold on it.
He's probably sitting at home like, should I tell him that's me?
Well, they did confirm that one guy, the one that was caught on that trail cam, they did confirm that was not him, and they did locate the person it really was. So as much as it sucks for like having to use the resources to do that, it's actually quite beneficial for us. Absolutely. Because then we can stop talking about him.
Yeah, they're like, oh, okay, it was 3 a.m. and it was a hiker. I'm like, yeah, hiker.
The only thing weird about that guy was that the backpack, man. That backpack is like the same looking backpack that Brian had in the van.
Yeah.
But they're so common.
I know, but I mean, I'm just saying, that was like, okay, I could see that maybe. But I'm like I said, that's not, I know it's not a good use of their resources, but that they did confirm that it was not him and they know who it was.
There was another one today of a guy in an orange shirt, and I was like, that one actually kind of looks like him. And Amber's like, it's true, it kind of looks like him, but why is he wearing a bright orange shirt? And I'm like, good point.
Yeah, he's not very good at hiding if he's out there in a bright orange shirt.
And it's blurry because it's zoomed in. Let me see. But I just don't think this is him at all. And this has been around for a while.
I just want to remind people that if I laugh, it's because I'm awkwardly laughing. I am so angry at this guy. I'm so angry at the police department. And I said it from the beginning, and people were mad at me for being mad at them. And I was like, I know that was mishandled. And now what do we know? It was so mishandled. Unfortunately, they didn't know. They were trying to diffuse the situation. They just diffused the wrong one.
Yeah.
People in chat keep asking about this Telegram thing. Can somebody, have you guys heard about this Telegram thing? I don't know anything about that.
No.
It's like that. A few people have brought it up though, so I was wondering.
Telegram is a way to communicate, Amanda. It's like an app, or maybe Alex knows too. It's like a third-party app where you can create like a different number and text through it. I could be wrong, and chat, I'm sure, will let me know if I'm wrong. But Kelly, I'm sending you something else.
I don't know that one, but Carly Armstrong is saying it's a messaging app.
Interesting.
Yes, and in some countries, I believe it's banned because it's very hard to. It's encrypted, pretty much.
I don't like encrypted stuff. Like, people love Snapchat. I like my messages. Like, I forget what I wrote, and I have used Snapchat before, and they're like, something. I'm like, I forgot what I said.
Me too. But I just sent you something, Kelly, that was posted, I think, 3 minutes ago. Nothing really of an update from what I see, but it looked sort of interesting.
Okay. I agree.
What is this talk about his like Facebook or Instagram posting something? Have you heard that?
I wonder if that video, somebody had said that he accidentally went live and like it showed water. I never had a chance to get that though. I just saw the video itself.
Yeah, somebody said that they recorded a video of him live, but they never were able to verify if it was his actual Instagram account or a fake Instagram account. And I personally don't think it was his at all. I think they would have had more proof than just the flimsy little screenshot. They would have had the whole thing recorded. Like, look, it's his page. This. I think they knew what they were doing. I don't think it was a real one.
Plus, I think a few people would see it because I bet you, like, her followers went up like crazy, and I'm sure his have too.
Exactly.
Okay, so am I the only one who like stalked the Instagram count number? I just need to know this. Because,
You're a little bit muffled, Teresa.
By that night it was 74. It pops up to 75, goes back down to 74, back up to 75, and then down to 73 or whatever. And I was like, why am I tracking this dude? Like, how many people he's following? I was like, I really need to I need a break.
So they're saying that he was losing people that he was following, but Instagram has a feature where you can force somebody to unfollow you. So I think that's what people are utilizing because all the sleuths are going down his friends list, probably messaging all of them.
Yeah.
No, but it was who he was following. It wasn't how many were following him.
Teresa, you're a little bit muffled.
Am I? Oh, sorry. Can you hear me better now or no?
No.
Okay, great. It was how many people he was following, not how many people were following him.
Right
Not
now,
him. It was people that he was following, right? And you could force, if somebody's following you, you can still force them to unfollow you.
Interesting.
Oh, you're saying that people he was, that's right, yeah.
Yeah, the people he was following.
Right.
So, Kelly, what I sent you, I just looked at. Looks like it gives a little bit of like a timeline.
I think if somebody blocks their account, like if they make it private, it would take away the count of user that he had following. And
that's actually what I was like. That's where I had to go to. Like, wait a minute, why am I even looking at this?
Yeah. And then if they
before
react,
I had to hop off, I want to know what do you guys think about his sister?
I think she's genuine.
Yeah.
I think she's hiding stuff.
I don't know.
I think she's genuine. I think she just doesn't know anything. I think this is like a Scott Peterson thing all over again, where he's the golden child and mommy and daddy will cover up for him no matter what.
Yeah.
I read that book.
All right.
What do you think about the sister, Teresa?
I think there was a couple of things that she said that I thought were quite interesting. There's the one where she was like, that's what he did when he is. And then she's like, I don't want to say that. And then like the reporter's like, okay, it's okay. Like, don't worry about it. So I thought that was a really odd statement that there's stuff that if she does know, why is she wanting to make sure that she doesn't say? Then there was a comment that like she made about like that she was basically kept from him too. Like she hasn't been able to see him. And I thought, well, that's kind of weird. So is the family like pushing her out because, she's a mom and they are like, go do your thing. We're going to take care of this. But I'm thinking that she knew that there was red flags. See, that I totally agree. I think that she knows something is off. I just don't know if she knows exactly, or she knew exactly what, but I don't think that they're as close as they try to pretend that they are.
I'm gonna go on a limb here because I haven't gone into her or his background or anything, but I'm gonna go out on a limb and saying that she's from only one parent and she's a half sibling, and she isn't as close, like you said, to him and them as they're making it portray.
That's ironic because I actually was wondering if she was a half sibling, and I haven't looked into it.
I think she probably is. The way she's much older than him, and not saying that is the only factor. I don't know. I got that vibe, but
I did too.
Yeah,
See,
I already knows.
I didn't get that vibe.
I didn't get any vibe like that.
Because she talks about how there's a text message where Gabby texted her and says that she saw the boys or the pictures of the kids on Instagram and sent postcards and stuff. So, and there's a picture with Brian eating and I think even rock climbing with one of it looks like his sister's children.
Yeah, he says it's one of his favorite people in the world or something like that.
Yeah. So I don't know.
I don't know. Even when I'm pissed off at my brother, I still say that he's my closest living relative and he's one of my closest people in my life, but I'm still pissed at him.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So
Yeah.
I don't know. It's so hard because, as we know, social media does not portray exactly how real life is. There's something interesting about her. I don't quite know what it is.
Right.
If it's just that she knows that there's red flags, or if she actually knows something was happening.
Yeah, that was sort of the vibe I got, that she was not being 100% like forthcoming on what she knew, whether it was minor or whatever. Like, but that's why I love getting like a panel, because you guys are definitely like making me look at things a different way.
Yeah, I love it too. It's so cool. But
and y'all are some of my favorite people, so I'm so happy to be here.
Well, you're one of ours, so we're happy you joined us.
I'm happy to be here too.
I'm gonna play this last thing that Amber sent me, and then we're at 2 hours, so we'll end it after this. Yeah, sister, 9 years older. Something to look into, just because we are nosy, curious people.
Yeah, I guess I should clarify. I don't mean that I think that Gabby and the sister weren't close or didn't like each other. I don't think that she's as close to the family as they would like us to believe. The whole family. That's all I think Gabby liked her. I think that obviously the boys. But yeah, I just think there's just something there.
Yeah.
Do you guys think that Facebook page is fake? I do.
I haven't looked into that.
Oh, his new one that he came out with yesterday or whatever, that he loved his mommy or whatever.
He was going to tell a story today or something like that.
Yeah, that's baloney. The one that's like, it's actually like hooked up to his Instagram, but you can actually do that with anybody's Instagram as long as you have their URL.
Right.
Mm-hmm. Interesting.
Yeah, no, it's just more trolls being trolls.
You guys are fun.
And yeah, Brooks, I haven't heard if the cops, no, not that any of us have seen if the cops have made a statement who stopped them.
I think they did, didn't the Wyoming?
Oh, you're right, Amber. Sorry, go ahead.
No, I didn't read it. It wasn't. I didn't see it like on the news station, but they had sent something out where they said something, like talking about
something out where they said something, Amber.
It was something, and it said something. Trust me.
I totally believe you.
Then, yeah, the female ranger. You did a video on that, Amber.
Yeah, the ranger came out, but then I guess today or something, the police put out some statement, but I don't know.
Yeah,
I think it was on Crazy Crime Chicks community page.
Okay.
There's so many people putting out so much stuff. It's hard to keep track of who's all putting it out, where it's coming from, and then vetting it to see if it actually matches up with anything.
I'm scared of opening my phone sometimes. Like when I actually sleep and I wake up, like I open my messenger really slowly.
Yeah,
I know some of the stuff Amanda sends we've already looked at, or I forgot that somebody sent me, and I'm like, oh yeah. But yeah, the information is flying with this case. But that whole video that those YouTubers got, I mean, let's face it, that helped immensely.
Big time. And then I just wanted to say, yes, the FBI did go to the sister's house. For sure. That's verified.
They did.
Mm-hmm.
Do you think that means he went there maybe in the time when he was home?
I think anything's possible.
Or maybe they tracked like one of his devices there, or the devices there.
What is his Facebook page? Just Brian Laundrie? People are wanting me to pull that up, and I will. I just haven't.
The reason I know that Facebook page isn't real is because I looked for a Brian Laundrie Facebook page for about 2 days before the case got big. So I didn't see one, and now there is one.
Yeah, and this has pictures from like 2019, 2017.
Is it the one where he talks about that he loves his parents and he's going to come tell his side of the story? That's the one that I believe is absolutely fake.
Yeah, this one is not.
You might want to put a disclaimer in your description that we cover things that are true, and then we also looked at a lot of things that aren't true, but to show that they weren't true.
Yeah.
Because otherwise, everybody's gonna be like, "Oh, they're spreading misinformation."
Yeah. Misinformation. That's not what we're trying to do. We
And
just
this case is literally going so fast that you will learn and believe one thing one day, and the next day you're like, it got debunked. Ah.
Yeah.
The one thing is with this case, I still believe that the outcome is that he did it and he's a coward. So the details are really what's the mystery. Other than that, there's no doubt in my mind. I don't think that there's somebody else out there that he's hiding from, or that's coming for him, and so he's off, or I don't believe any of that. I think that he's just a piece of shit.
And you believe in that they say that he left her just out in the open?
I do, because or an graphic. I mean, an animal could have dug her up, but there's no detailed report. But it's like that chopper flying over just saw her.
Did you guys see that?
No.
So the news chopper happened to be flying over right when they were watching one of the searchers, or one of the law enforcement was carrying out the evidence tent. So they were watching them, they were like hovering over them. And so they set up the evidence tent, and then you see somebody kind of walk out from underneath it, and they're taking pictures of whatever is underneath the evidence tent. And as this guy's like standing under there, you see the crowd of law enforcement walk up a hill, and where they're headed to is where the chopper's actually flying over. So the chopper actually sees her. They've edited out that footage now, but as they were flying to watch those law enforcement people walk, and they were walking towards her body.
Wow. I heard the news reporter say that she had the pictures of Gabby, but she wasn't going to show them, obviously. And I immediately thought to myself, normally I would go Google it. I had no desire to Google it. Like, but just right now when you said it,
that was a live stream.
Wow.
Has it been pulled, or is it still there?
They edited it, so I'm assuming that the live stream has been pulled. But it's so weird because I was watching the live stream, but I was so focused on the evidence tent, I wasn't focused on what they were doing. So I didn't see anything, but I was watching it live when they were setting up that evidence tent and taking pictures. But I didn't pay attention to the other stuff going on because I was focused on that.
If you look at the photos, it doesn't seem like there was like a grave or anything, but God, isn't that so heartbreaking, that cross that her stepfather made and stuff, and he put the flowers on top? Oh
gosh. I don't know. Her family, man, I have a real liking for her family. Obviously I can't say like I love them. I don't know them, but her family is the epitome of what I would want my family to do if anything ever happened to me.
Yeah. Okay, I don't think this is the right Brian.
No, well,
but
some of them looked right. No,
there's Brian.
There he is.
There he is too.
That's how we see him.
Mm-hmm.
That's how I see him now. Like, what are you laughing at? Your girlfriend is sobbing in the van. What are you laughing at?
Mm-hmm. I know. It's so sad. All right. Well, I'm going to play this that Amber sent, and then we really will wrap it up because it's been a little while. And it's awful, this entire thing. But yeah, I agree. Gabby seemed like a wonderful human. And so does her family, seems like wonderful humans. And unfortunately, Brian Laundrie and his family seem like horrible human beings. Okay, the other one has the video. I'll have to look for that. All right, let me play this. Wrong profile. Yeah, I assume that was definitely the wrong profile, so I'm glad I had the disclaimer up. All right, so let me pull this up, and then
we're learning together.
Mm-hmm. Yes. Okay. Hold on, I wish StreamYard was a little easier.
You'd think if you paid money for it, it wouldn't be that finicky.
I know, and we do pay for it. So
his Instagram is Bizarre Design. Yes, it is. If you guys want to look it up yourself, it's bizarre_design_. And
so Amber and I came out to the exact location where Gabby Petito's body was found. We're looking.
Oh wow! And then C-Dub just sent me someone who filmed where Gabby was found. But let's watch this one first, and then. And again, I just appreciate everyone in chat and everyone who's up here with me, all the mods. You guys are all just great.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Kelly, and thank you for having us. And I love all of y'all's channel. So anybody who's not subscribed definitely should.
Okay, let's see.
Here is News Nation correspondent Rich McHugh.
So everybody stop scrolling and pay attention to this poster. There's a missing person named Gabby Petito.
Gabby Petito's story became a national sensation seemingly overnight, and with that, it emboldened an army of social media sleuths.
Pause this, screenshot it, share this.
The hashtag Gabby Petito viewed over 867 million times on TikTok alone. 28-year-old comedian and TikToker Paris Campbell.
So I'm a new mother. I saw an interview with Gabby's mother crying, begging for people to help bring her daughter home. It just resonated with me. My main intent was always to assist in trying to help find Gabby. She posted this photo, and it's the last photo that's been posted on her Instagram, but the caption is not like her normal captions. It said Happy Halloween with 2 emojis, and that's it.
24-year-old TikToker Haley Tumayan works in data analytics by day.
My goal is to share as many as I can, because you just never know who's going to see the video and who might know something.
Millions poured over the various social media posts, dissecting threads and theories.
Typically, her captions were a lot deeper, detailing her travels, tagging the location, and this photo didn't do it. Her family does not think that Gabby posted this photo. They were posting all these photos together. This is them on their road trip.
Okay, so this is live. This is interesting. I'll link this. Because I remember this is News Nation, and they were going to do a whole hour tonight about Gabby. I think this is who the Brian Eaton works for. He's on Twitter. But here's the link to that.
Was that the clip that I sent you?
Yeah, I think it was. It looked different, though, at first. But yeah, that's what
you guys probably send each other
brought up. But that's the most recent one.
Yeah.
So I don't know. But it looked good. I don't know. I think I'm getting tired too.
What was it supposed to say?
A timeline is what it first said. And then it changed to this live thing. So but I linked it for the live.
Watching that actually reminded me that Amber Truthseeker is actually the first person in our entire community that made a video on Gabby, because I immediately went and tried to make my own. And while looking for videos of Gabby, I could only find mainstream media videos. So, in our community, at least, I'd like to, personally thank you, Amber, for bringing it to our attention.
Well,
Yeah,
I don't
absolutely. Same here.
be able to avoid it. This story just blew up like crazy. I just happened to get up at 6 a.m. that morning with the baby, and I'd seen that I think New York had posted something, and I just pulled the article up on a live, and then next thing I knew, everyone was just jumping on it, sharing her face, and unfortunately, it wasn't the outcome that we probably all would have hoped for. But I think that if we just came together as a community like this again, I think it's possible that we could have a positive outcome with a similar case in the future, hopefully.
Right. And, I hear a lot of people saying, I wish we could give this kind of attention to other cases. And I agree, but I'm also going to say we've only given Gabby 2 weeks of our time, and I think she deserved it. I think it was a real effort to find her and find her alive. Like, there was a moment in time where I was like, I know she could be alive. I've seen episodes of TV shows where people got stranded and they were able to survive long enough for somebody to come find them. And I was hopeful that he had just dropped her off somewhere. So, you know, I think she deserves the time and the effort, and I don't think it's for nothing. And also, I don't think it's because she was a huge influencer, because she really wasn't. It's just, if she's stealing your heart, it's because she just had it.
Yeah. Agreed.
Yeah, did you guys see that before we go, that Brian had pinned like baby stuff like as part of his goals and their marriage stuff and all kinds of things?
Really? No, I didn't see that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I saw some stuff about baby stuff on Pinterest too. Which is weird with that new Inside Edition. They made that video where it shows this log that's before the van, and leaning up against the log, it looks like a sonogram, and then it looks like a piece of paper, and then on down it looks like a piece of paper. And
It turns out that it was it turned out it was like something for the park, so people don't take those logs that like they're meant to
It's like
be
the
there.
marker. It's like the markers for the park.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Interesting. Yeah, I thought that's kind of far-fetched to think that down there, and it would still be there, you know, just a little piece of paper that probably would fly away.
But I've wondered if she was pregnant from the beginning of this. And if she was pregnant, then that ruins a lot of what his plans are. And he doesn't like that.
She'd probably want to go home.
It's possible, and she's
Yeah.
so small. You probably wouldn't be able to tell for a while. Usually, on your first baby, it takes longer to show. And if you look in the body cam, I've looked at her stomach in it, wondering. I mean, she's small, but she does have on high-waisted clothes.
No, I don't really think she was pregnant, but that's just me. But I did want to mention right now, it reminded me when you were saying she was so small, that now people have pointed out that in the pictures of her at the dunes, the videos, I'm not saying this because now we know everything that's going on, but there's a video of her going down, and before she goes down, she actually looks scared. Like the way she wiggles down the dune, she looks scared. And then people are like, look, she has bruises. And I'm like, wait a minute. And if you look, she definitely has 3 bruises on her top right shoulder. And then it appears that there could be a bruise on her neck, or it's the shadow, but there's definitely 3 bruises on her, like on her back. They're visible.
Wouldn't surprise me at this point. Yeah.
Ashley made a comment down here that says that in that one video she makes a weird comment like Gabby Petito never goes outside.
Like if that's something he mocked her about.
Yes.
Yes,
Yep.
because he looked at her so quick when she did that, and
She's gonna play like bumps and like like here I am, I'm out with you. Are you happy now? But
I forgot to mention. Remember we were saying earlier that she was sleeping in the tent alone while he was sleeping in the van the night that it was raining, because she motioned how she was holding up the tent when it was raining so hard, and it was at night. Brian was sleeping in the van while she was sleeping in the tent and it was raining. Like, that lets you know that there's discord there already.
Yeah. And it's like, really? He just seems so self-centered.
I agree.
Agreed.
Well, that and the water thing, she was quick to take water bottles, but he was making them go into the national park to get water. I think he was trying to get natural spring water. People were saying there's water stations. I personally think that he was going to think that he was granola enough that he was going to get natural spring water. And people were like, what kind of containers were they using that if they weren't using plastic containers? Van lifers have like this one metal thing. And if you look in the van, it looks like it's in the far back. It's like a water holder. It's like metal.
Wow.
Yeah. But I think he was making him go in there to get like natural spring water. Like they had no water. He said they were out of water.
I find him to be a fake. He's a fake van lifer. He's not. The guy doesn't know how to live off the grid. He doesn't know how to do anything off the grid. I mean, he couldn't even hold down a job because he can walk barefoot while he hikes. Like that, all of a sudden makes him like some big to do. But he's upset about phones. He wants to take her phone. He's still using gas because That transit van takes gas. I mean, he thinks that he's like some big head honcho guy or it's like some off the grid guy, but he's not.
Agreed.
He's a
He
douche
hates-
with a capital D.
He hates marketing and he hates supposedly conglomerates and stuff, but he's constantly adding them, like tagging them in his posts to get their attention. And he was downing Gabby and her career because she says it, that he didn't support her, and then he called it her little blog. But this guy, his art was all stolen art.
He took attention away from him, and she was only allowed to pay attention to him. So anything she did on her phone, anything she did with her blog, anything she did outside of paying attention to him was going to be a problem. It didn't matter what it was.
Yeah.
I personally think that Gabby leaving him was going to make it as if he was going to lose the lifestyle because it was her van. And if Gabby left him, he was just going back to Florida to his folks' house, and she was going to live, she was going to live her life.
Yeah. I totally agree.
But unfortunately, we don't know. We hope that this teaches women that they need safeguards, and if they see red flags in their relationship, that they definitely should go. Like if he's hitting you, you should not be in that relationship.
No,
it's not.
If you're hitting him, you shouldn't be in that relationship.
That too.
Yeah.
That too.
They were young. They didn't have kids. They weren't married. There was like a zero tie to them having to be together.
And they had already broken up and
they
got back
both
together.
had their whole lives ahead of them, and because they just couldn't stay away from each other, this is what happens.
Yeah. And they had already had like a tumultuous relationship. I think like they had broken off. Like they had been on and off already.
Yeah, exactly. And I was just gonna say, I think that she was ending things with him.
Yeah.
Well, the ranger was saying that she was telling her that the relationship was toxic and that it needed to end.
Mm-hmm.
Desiree wants to know, which is what we've kind of been talking about. Are they bullet holes where they spray painted those logs and rocks, do you think?
I think they very well could be, but I'm not saying that they have to be from a crime scene related to Gabby. I think they could just be there from people previously shooting guns around in that area.
Yeah, it could be from anything.
I think that there's a good chance that I don't know how true this is, but I think there's a good chance that it's going to be some type of manual strangulation or blunt force trauma, and he beat her, and it could have been any form of like what we're seeing the pictures of on that tree trunk where it says like the number 13 in the orange paint.
Mm-hmm.
That it doesn't look like it's a hole. It looks like it's a piece of bark that's missing, which they could have taken in if they wanted to, but they wouldn't normally spray paint over it if it is some type of evidence. They would have spray painted next to it. You know what I mean?
Right.
Yeah.
But I think that you're gonna find. I don't think she was shot. I think he manually beat her to death.
I think I looked at his art too long, and I think that he used the only weapon that he had, that I believe he had, which was a knife.
Yeah, the more that we are kind of discussing him and stuff like that, I do feel like it probably was a very up close, personal,
angry.
Yeah. But again, who knows?
To me, it just seems like too many. If it was bullets, there's just too many of them.
Yeah,
they were next to a campsite. Like people, they weren't close, but they weren't that far.
I don't want to say that she was out in the open, but isn't that really out in the open too?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it didn't take long to find her once they had sort of an idea.
I think she was like 1,000 feet from the road where the van was parked. So, yeah.
Yeah, I heard like 300 feet. I don't know how accurate that is.
Yeah, I heard 200.
I heard 200 also.
I didn't hear that.
But then somebody was saying that if they were bullet holes, that maybe she was running and he was shooting at her.
That's what I've heard. I've heard that speculation as well, Amber.
Very possible.
Yeah, we just don't know.
Where I heard the 1,000 feet was from someone who was like down there live reporting, and then
really?
and then I heard that was on. I don't know. I can go back in my history and I'll send it to Kelly and Amber, but I think it was on J is for Justice, but I could be wrong. But I also did hear 3 football fields, but I just figured that the person that was there maybe had it,
No, you might be right. It might have been 200 yards of what I might have heard, not feet.
Did I say feet? Because it was yards.
No, I said feet. I heard it was 200 feet, but it might have been 200 yards.
I heard 300 yards. So I don't know if I said feet. I'll try to fix mine too.
I'm not good with metrics.
I don't need to comment for you guys in the comments because I said feet.
I'm not good with math. It's not my strong suit.
Well, 300 yards is 900 feet, so pretty close, really.
Oh. Mm-hmm. But yeah. I mean, it was close to the road. It wasn't, tucked away in the mountains. I don't know. It's hard. I'd like to see like an aerial view again of the scene.
Mm-hmm.
One last thing that I remember that I wanted to say was that there's pictures now of like the still shot of the van when the door was open, when they had their fight on the 12th, and it's just all messed up in there. And I just wanted to say that's the difference between Instagram and real life. Like, people are like, it was so messy in there. And I'm like, it just looks like he threw his backpack and his longboard in there, why was his longboard just like that? Like, if he was just going to use it. But, why, or was he making her use the longboard and the backpack? But either way, like the messy back there, that was just their real life. And she was also trying to clean it up and fix it. And that's why she said she was annoyed. And maybe he even like tore it up to make her more mad. But even so, like that's where real life comes in. And that's one of the big things that's getting people on this case is how perfect they looked. And that's just social media. That's just how it is. No, nothing's perfect. And if you are looking at somebody like they're perfect because they're on a social platform, it's not. They're not.
Okay, so I have one question before we end it, and then you guys can tell me to get off.
Go away, Teresa.
Go away, Teresa. You guys, because I'm serious. I could sit here and talk like all night about it. Like it's just,
I know.
So much in my head about it. And people in the chat have been asking this. Do you think that he is currently alive?
Yeah, I do.
Yeah. I do. I think the fact that he got an attorney means that he wants to be alive.
Yeah.
Yes, I do too. I think that if he wasn't, they would have probably found him by now.
But my opinion changes every day as well.
What I do think, though, I think if he is alive and if he's found and police approach him, it's going to be a dangerous situation.
That's what I think too. I think that he's alive currently. I think he thinks he can outsmart everybody and he's going to be able to get away. And I think if the police find him, it's either going to be death by a cop or it's going to be suicide before they can take him in.
Yep.
And if that's not what happens, I'm interested to see what does.
Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
I would love for them just to apprehend him and for this just to, go to trial and justice that way. But he just seems like a snake and a weasel. So
everybody keeps saying like they hope that he's found alive, but to me, I'm like, I don't really care if he's found alive. They have her. That was really the only important reason that he needed to stay alive. Other than that, I could really care if they find him dead or alive at this point. I don't think it matters.
He reminds me of James Holmes. I think like when they find him, he's just going to admit to all his weirdness.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think he'll kill himself.
How about this one? I've seen a few comments tonight about this. I have no evidence or fact to say the mother worked for, involved, whatever, any DA, but I have heard that rumor, but I don't know it for fact.
From my research, she was a health clerk. Like she was she worked at like the health department. So I don't know how true that is. I haven't vetted my own stuff, like, with like a second source. So
I tried to verify that too, and I did find a few articles that were written about both of the parents. They didn't mention that. And then I was thinking, if you were a DA, then your name is probably going to be mentioned in articles about other cases. And I wasn't able to find anything, but that doesn't mean that she wasn't. Maybe a long time ago, before the internet.
She wasn't a DA. It was supposed to be that she worked for the DA, but I think that it's still like she worked maybe at like a county job or something. I don't know.
Yeah.
I know that you can Google it and find like articles that give, the history on both the parents and the sister. Because at the time there was also rumors that he had a brother that was law enforcement and stuff, but I couldn't find evidence of that either. All I found was the sister and a possible cousin, maybe in New York.
Yeah, that's what I thought it was a cousin.
Yeah. There is a cousin cop in New York with the same last name, but we don't know if that's connected or not. That's just. Sorry about that.
You're good.
Yeah.
Mine's in a special room, so we can't hear her. And she's playing Roblox.
Yeah. I think my husband got mine to sleep, actually.
What? Oh, you're way ahead of me then.
Yeah, we're ahead time-wise, too.
Yeah.
Mine are all outside playing with Dad, so.
Yeah.
Waiting for dinner as I cook it and talk to you guys.
Real life. Instagram versus reality.
Mm-hmm.
Bentley needs to be.
Hang out.
Let's just be clear. The picture on the right is my Instagram and my reality.
That's just me all the time. Yeah. And Sharon saying the Laundrie family owned a juicer company, sold and serviced juicers. That I have really heard verification on. Was that your only job? I don't know.
That's what I heard.
Yeah.
That's what I heard.
And then
all right, ladies. Well, I thank you guys so much for having me up here. I'm gonna hop off and feed my family before they come yelling at me.
Your gremlins?
My gremlins, yes.
Don't feed them after midnight.
Gremlin.
Thank you, Teresa.
All right, thank you, ladies. I'll talk to you guys later.
Thank you for the opportunity.
Bye.
Bye, chat.
Bye.
All right, guys. Well, unless there's anything else you guys wanted to bring up or state, I guess we will end it.
Thank you so much, Kelly. This was great.
No, you and Amber kind of came up with this idea, and then we did it over here. So I just appreciate y'all joining.
Yeah, we actually planned this before they found Gabby. We wanted to powwow on her disappearance.
Yeah, thank you for having me. It was fun. I do want to say, someone in the chat said 300 yards is, I don't know. They were saying they got it kind of a little twisted, but 100 yards is a football field. So 300 yards, I think they said is 2 football fields. So yeah, 100 yards is 1 football field. And then, so.
I know nothing about football.
Neither.
I was raised in a football family, so I know a little bit. I mean, I didn't pay that much attention, but a little bit.
Well, I really appreciate everyone in chat and on panel and the mods, and we'll have to do this again soon because I know that this information, it's better when we can process it together, I feel.
Yeah, absolutely.
And cry together. I know a lot of us have, and it's not even to be exaggerative. I know I've cried with a few of my friends. Like, this is just so incredibly sad, and we are a true crime community, and we are going to tear this to shreds, but it's not to take away the importance that we are hurt, because I think we all get attached to cases like this or beautiful people like this that just steal your heart.
Yeah.
I'm hurt. I really am.
And thank you, CC, for the super chat, but unfortunately, I don't believe it.
Yeah, that's why I was laughing because I was reading the super chat. Hilarious, but
I wish he was in a basement with Joe Biden, but I don't believe that. I wish we could find him. So, but thanks for that. So, all right, mods, thank you. Just thank you, everyone in chat. Amanda, Amber, Allie, and Teresa. I really, really am so thankful to have you guys all in my life. to talk true crime and just, you're my friends and I just appreciate you guys.
Same here. I love you guys to death. Seriously.
Yes.
Thank you.
I really do. So thank
love
you.
you guys too.
All
I just
right.
even love you guys too. Like there's two of us here. I love you guys too.
It's just,
Well-
it's sad that these cases even happen, but this is reality. I mean, crime happens, people harm other people, and
It's
it's just
interesting.
how it is.
We want to know why. Why, Brian?
awful.
Why'd you do this? Allegedly.
The why, yes. Yeah, and what was your childhood like? What were you like growing up? The why that drove it,
You guys don't have pets, do you?
And I have
We
2
do.
cats.
No,
Yep.
no, Brian. Because remember, like the Watts, it's like it's never been verified if they had pets.
Oh, yeah.
Oh,
Yeah. Oh my God.
that's a good question. I haven't seen anything about that.
Mm-mm.
They
Nope.
probably weren't loving enough to care for them.
I've seen
Doesn't
birds
seem
in their pictures, but maybe a cat. I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
I have questions.
Thank you, Amanda.
Yeah.
Thank you.
They
Locklear.
definitely do give
Yeah,
off
thank
like this
you.
cold vibe. They're just cold. I don't know.
Mhm.
Yep.
Mhm.
They didn't look for Gabby, and they're not looking for their son. So there's something not right with that.
Right.
Right.
Well, I don't know,
So,
guys. Do you think
all
they're
right.
going to find him tomorrow in the reserve?
I really
I
hope
hope
they
they
find them.
find
Like,
him, but I don't think so.
I hope they find him in 5 minutes. That is my football right there.
Yeah, I hope they do, but I don't have high hopes. But they're like, if they're out there again tonight with the infrared or whatever they were doing, maybe they'll find him. Maybe we'll wake up in the morning and he'll be caught or something. That's what I'm hoping for. I don't know.
And just for the record, I want him caught for the card thing too. So I want him caught today for the card thing now. Like, if they're gonna arrest him for something, at least say I want him for everything that he's done.
Yeah. Exactly. For the cards, everything. Yes.
And taking her van
So.
cross country while she's back in
Yep.
Wyoming.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Thank you, the pink dahlia. I can't even read. Thank you for that. Yeah. All right, I'm really gonna hit the end button. My goodbyes are always long, so
Bye.
but again,
Bye, guys.
I appreciate every single one of you. All right, good night. Justice
Okay,
for
bye.
Gabby Petito.
Bye.
Bye.